Here. Here. Here.
Here. Okay, we have this agenda and there have been some requests to move things around. So I'm recommending we put the police department first, the finance department second, the treasury and income tax third, and then district court would be fourth. And we may have to move parks up depending on how long things take. So has anybody got any problems with that? Okay. So we need a motion to approve the revised agenda.
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Before we move on, I want to talk about the schedule. Attached is our meetings. We talked about every other Thursday, but when we got to March and April, there were some issues with my schedule. So as you can see, we've got 2 in a row on February 12th and 19th, and then we're back to every other meeting so that the weeks I couldn't be here, we could work it through. So this will be our schedule.
There is one date, so it lists the rooms. So this is the executive conference room. What, Justin, what's the date that is on here as banquet hall, but can actually be this room? So on your list, February 12th, this is also this same executive conference room. So just the one meeting is not in this room.
Thank you. We need to approve the meetings from the last minute, I mean, the minutes from the last meeting.
Move approval.
Okay, any issues? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Don't believe we had any written communications. Do we have any communications from the audience? They all look like staff members. Do we have any communication from any of the members? Okay, we're going to be having presentations by each general fund department. We asked just basics of what they do, how many employees they have, any ideas they have for possible savings or, regional cooperation or whatever ideas they may have. And feel free to ask any questions you have. After this meeting, we'll have a foundation on what the general fund does and what it pays for so that we can move on from there.
So just a couple things. PowerPoint is everything that's been attached to your packet is going to be up on the screens around the room. And then they can either do the podium or that chair next to Audrey as to what they feel most comfortable.
Okay.
If that works for the committee.
We're going to start with the police.
Thank you. I'm Jen Brown. I'm currently serving as the East Lansing Police Chief, and I'm excited to share information tonight about the police department. So I want to start by sharing our staffing. The East Lansing Police Department is comprised of sworn officers, jail officers, records employees, cadets, neighborhood resource specialists, parking and code enforcement team, administrative assistants, social workers, and crossing guards. We are authorized for 55 sworn officers. We are currently at 45 sworn officers. We currently have 61 civilian employees, and that includes a large contingent of crossing guards. I want to point out a couple things. One is that while we have 45 current sworn, we do have one officer in the Washtenaw Police Academy. He graduates in February, so in just a couple short weeks. We have one graduating from the Mid-Michigan Police Academy in May of this year. And we have 4 final interviews for candidates on February 13th of this year. So what's important to understand is once an officer goes to the police academy, it is a 16-week police academy. They graduate from the academy. And then they spend at least another 4 to 5 months in training at the police department. So I'm very excited to share that we have some good numbers and some good applicants. The life cycle to get an officer from the academy onto the road is a very long cycle. Just be cognizant of the fact that because we've had low numbers for the last couple of years, our overtime rates have been high because we do have to cover shifts at a minimum for the safety of our officers. I wanted to point out this graph on the right-hand side. It goes back to 2015, and you can see that the numbers have declined over the years in terms of the number of sworn officers. But last year in particular, we saw a huge increase in the calls for service. So 45 sworn officers on average through 2025, we're taking over 36,000 calls for service. So our officers aren't just police officers on the street taking calls. They all participate in specialized units. All of our officers do take on more than one role. We have a couple different roles that are regional. So our accident investigation team is regional through the entire Ingham County area, as well as our specialized response team, IRSRT. We also work closely with other agencies on our peer support and critical incident stress management team. We try as much as we can to collaborate with other agencies for cost savings. We do that with training as well. So our community engagement team, and I purposely made the list on the right small. You don't necessarily need to know all those events, but I just wanted to point out how many events our police department and our community engagement team participates in each year. These are events that we're asked to participate in from the community, but also events that we organize and take on and invite community members to join. Our social workers are another really important part of our department, and you can see on the right all of the things that they do for our community. We currently have 2 social workers assigned to the police department. We have one police social work candidate that we expect to provide a conditional job offer to next week. That 3rd social worker will be dedicated to our unhoused population. This person will work non-traditional hours, meaning evenings, overnights, and weekends. And that 3rd social worker will be 75% funded by the DDA. So we're very excited to be able to add that 3rd social worker here in another couple weeks. Our parking and code enforcement team. In 2025, PACE wrote just over 27,000 tickets. And as you can see, the court collected almost $750,000 related to PACE enforcement last year. Those collected fines and costs are sent to stakeholders within the city. So in terms of a financial summary, the revenues and grants for the police department are broken down several ways. First is the intergovernmental revenue, and that comes primarily from MCOLS. MCOLS is the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards. That is a state of Michigan entity, and they provide grants related to our bulletproof vest, as well as grants to send officers through the police academy each year. We also get training funds. Those are called CPE funds, continuing professional education funds through MCOLS as well. We have a small amount of money, and let me just take a step back. The MCOLS intergovernmental revenue is about $142,000. In terms of fines and forfeitures, we get about $750 annually, and that's by restitution imposed by the courts. We also charge for services. And again, these numbers that I'm giving you were based on FY 2026. And our charges for services come from a couple of different things. And one of those is from our officers working MSU football. And so last year we anticipated that revenue to be about $75,000. It ended up being closer to about $20,000. We only ended up working a couple games for Michigan State University because we simply did not have the staffing to provide MSU to have officers work on those game days. So that revenue came in and charges for services came in significantly lower than expected. We also have about 12,000 in OWI, or operating while intoxicated, cost recovery fees. PBT fees. A PBT is a preliminary breath test. So sometimes the courts will order somebody to have regular PBTs to test whether they have alcohol in their system. We have fees for that. And then we also get reimbursement for inmates in our jails. So one of the last things I want to just mention is that we do have in 2026 fiscal year an increase in the amount of money related to our miscellaneous revenue, and that came from the DDA, the Downtown Development Authority. They gave us funds that assisted in overtime for the police officers working downtown. There was also overtime that was reimbursed from the DDA related to the officers working at Al Fresco. The next portion I want to talk about is with regards to grant money. And our grant writer for the city, Erica Dietrich, is absolutely amazing. And she provided a summary, and I printed it and it's so small, I can't even read it with my contact lenses. So I have to break out the glasses here. So she worked on grants all year and requested just over $3.7 million in grant funding. And for 2025, we did end up receiving $687,000 in grant funding. And that was from a variety of sources and for a variety of reasons. It came from, for example, the Michigan Justice Training Fund allowed us to get grant funds. We also had money that reimbursed us for some of our equipment. So again, it was essential to have the grant money to pay for items that we wouldn't otherwise been able to receive. So the last page talks about what the appropriation was for the fiscal year 2026, and that was just over $16 million. In fiscal year 2026, we focused on training, health and wellness. Axon is the company that provides our body-worn cameras, our fleet cameras, meaning the cameras that are in our patrol cars. We also have an interview room in the police station where we interview victims and suspects of crime. Axon provides the cameras for that room, as well as our tasers. And then, of course, we focused on staffing. And while FY 2027 isn't complete, we're hoping to focus again on training and staffing, and as well as technology. One of the priorities for myself and the police department is to make sure that we get technology in place that allows us to get accurate statistics out to our community on a regular basis. I think one of the most common things I have heard about in the last year is our community and their concerns over traffic enforcement. So that will definitely be a focus coming into 2026 and 2027. And then lastly, I already talked about our community engagement team. Our neighborhood resource specialists focus on community engagement. We also have officers that participate in a lot of those events, and I'd like to see those events increase for the community in the upcoming years. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
What kind of performance and efficiency measures do you use?
Sure. So officers have an annual evaluation that is part of their union contract. We provide feedback on a regular basis, meaning if we have, officers doing great things, we have a system that we put that information into. And then we also have a coaching and intervention system in place. We use a software system to allow us to flag once we get to a certain amount of items that go into that system. It'll let a supervisor know to sit down and have a coaching session with that officer.
But beyond that, in terms of, whether you're operating most efficiently and so that, you have the right number of officers and so forth. Do you have any specific kind of measures with?
Sure. There's been some staffing studies done by the department in the past, which looks at number of calls for service, it looks at community size, and then it looks at the number of officers. And while I don't have those exact numbers in front of me, I can tell you that the study did indicate that we were below where we should be significantly.
What was the reason for the big increase in incidents last year?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that. I know that we have all law enforcement agencies across the United States, not just ours, have seen an increase in the number of mental health calls that we go to each year. I would say that probably does contribute to a higher number of calls each year, especially last year.
That something you forecast, like that number to stay closer to that higher number, or do you think it'll go back to where it had been previous?
Yeah, I would certainly expect it to go, stay high. But I don't know that for sure. We're doing everything we can with our social workers, and partnering with community partners to help individuals with, mental health needs. And so by proactively doing some things in the community, we certainly hope to have the numbers decrease.
So do you know, like, those particular calls, the time that each incident takes, is it typical of a normal call, or because, the number of officers is pretty close the last 3 years, but the calls to jump, so those calls that take the same amount of time, you probably have to add like quite a few officers, not just 5.
Yeah.
If these numbers are gonna stay, is that something you're anticipating, or?
So the numbers I will share, if you go back into the 90s, the number of officers was in the high 60s. And so you can see, significant change in numbers. I will also say that mental health calls, I mean, there's a lot of different calls that we respond to, and part of being a police officer is you have to go, and if it's a, cat has gotten into your house, or a squirrel, or, you just never know what to expect. But mental health calls do take significantly longer on average. Again, we want to make sure that we have enough officers on so that we can handle those situations, and the community, or the person in need doesn't feel rushed. And again, that's part of why we're hiring another social worker that helps with another resource. But again, most calls that we're sent to for mental health require at least 2 officers and a social worker. And there's some times where the officers can step away and just simply leave that social worker. But again, we want to make sure for the safety of everyone that we send officers originally. Great question.
What kind of changes have been in the crime data over the last few years? Is it down, up, slightly the same?
I don't have that crime data information, but I can certainly share it with you guys.
I'm comparing a little apples and oranges here, so I'm hoping you'll help me out. I was looking through the FY 26 budget, and it looks like in FY 24, the adopted the adopted head count was 82, but actually you ended up at 70. So that's lower by 12. And then when the budget request for 26 came out, you wanted 86, which was a 16 headcount increase from FY 24 action.
Those numbers seem significantly high.
So, and now you're talking about 55, so that must be a subset of those numbers?
They include sworn officers.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see that now.
Yeah.
Yes. So that when I talk about.
Hey, everybody, awake?
When I talk about the number of sworn police officers, that we're at 45 currently, but then I had mentioned that we currently have 61 civilian employees. And so those numbers in the 80s combine both our civilian and sworn.
What? So I've heard Mr. Bellman and others say that one of the reasons that you want, and you've said it, one of the reasons you want a lot of money is you want to staff up. But I see quite a difference here between 82 being budgeted 2024 and 70 actually being on board for 2024.
So without being able to take a deep dive into those numbers, perhaps it's that they were budgeted, but that we weren't able to fill those positions.
Going is.
We do have difficulty in
We
filling.
You appear to have budgeted for 83 FT in total, but is that realistic? I mean, I hear people saying we want to fill these positions, and I don't begrudge you that, but is that realistic, or is that wishful thinking?
Is it recruitment? What is?
I would definitely say that it is realistic. We don't have much turnover in the department in terms of officers other than retirement. And I'm only expecting one retirement in 2026. And as I mentioned, we have folks in the police academy and people lined up for interviews. So I do think it's realistic.
So January is halfway through this fiscal year, 2026. What
Hey,
is your,
Robbie, can I ask you to turn your mic on? That's all right. Thank you.
what is your current head count in FY 26 compared to what was budgeted, which was 86, I believe?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we can provide them.
Do you happen to know that? I'm just wondering how big the gap is between what you want and
So
what you've got.
right now, we know within sworn, it's 10 less than what's been authorized or budgeted. And so, I mean, that's one area. I don't know about the civilian.
And I will just share that that gap is a little larger because we just were authorized for 2 additional police officers through city council and 2 through the DDA. So we actually were authorized for 51 sworn officers. And so when you talk about that gap, if we hadn't have just received funding for 4 additional officers, we would have only been short 6.
Right, but you're authorized, the budget was built on the authorized number. But what the actual cost will ultimately be what you were able to hire in that year.
The other factor that comes in place, yes, I agree, is you'll see the overtime spike because they have fewer officers working more hours. And so the wages may be under, but overtime.
I guess that's one of the follow-up questions I have is when the increase was built in to what you wanted, did you decrease the overtime amount?
Yes.
I think currently, I think we have 44 sworn. And did you want to know?
What's your grand total of FTE in that unit? I think is what the,
So 44 sworn plus whatever civilian staff. Okay.
whatever's comparable to the 86 that you built.
74.
74, okay.
Does
Thanks.
that include crossing guards? Yeah, that number seemed a little low. So crossing guards also,
But I don't think the 80, whatever.
Crossing guards are in
Didn't
here
fall in that.
hourly.
okay, great.
So I'm sorry, you said 74?
Correct.
Thank you.
Is the issue that you can't become full staff, is that due to recruiting, or what is the reason that we can't get full staff?
That's a great question. It is a problem nationwide. Most police agencies across the country struggle to fill open positions. I think there was a change in the way society views police officers a number of years ago, and slowly that is changing, and we're starting to see more people apply and go through the police academy. But it is a difficult job. It's compared to teachers, they're underpaid and do a lot of work and have to see a lot of awful things, and it's a difficult job, so it makes it hard to recruit for. Any other questions?
Thank you. We're gonna move on to Audrey.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about sort of finance as an individual division, but then also talk about finances of the general fund as a whole. And kind of talk about the processes of budgeting. So hopefully it'll make sense, but know that I'm trying to touch on quite a few different things. So within finance, we have multiple different departments and each of them are budgeted individually. So within the kind of general finance area, we have finance, budgeting, assessing, treasury, and income tax. And so I think I mentioned, so I also may be repeating some of the things from last meeting, but just again, to kind of provide some framework for as we're having our discussion. So the city is decentralized, meaning that all the individual departments, process their own invoices, develop their own budgets, but that finance is a central clearinghouse for all of those financial transactions. So payroll comes through finance, AP comes through finance, revenue comes through finance. So just kind of keep that in mind as we're having this discussion, is that we kind of see the high level, but we're the forest and they're the trees, I guess would be the best way to say that. One thing to note is that, so the Treasury and Income Tax divisions, we kind of spun a director off for that. So Andrew's gonna be talking about those later. But historically, those have kind of been under the general finance umbrella. And I also kind of like to say that finance is the money out and treasury is the money in. So if you have questions kind of along those lines, that's kind of helpful to think about. So under finance, the subset of finance. So I am the CFO and below me are several different positions. So we have a deputy finance director, which is vacant currently, finance administrator, a finance and risk administrator, and then 2 payroll positions, and then 2 sort of purchasing budget and analysis positions. So these are kind of the general things that we focus on. We process bi-weekly payroll, a weekly check run. We are the kind of central clearinghouse, like I said, for those processes. We are the consolidator of all the budget transactions. We review that process, and I'll talk about that in more detail. We review budgets. We prepare the forecasts. We prepare for the annual audit. We do not produce the document, but we work with our auditors, and we're very proud to have very few corrections. So we do a lot of work to prep for that. We do annual reports, quarterly reports, internal reports. We kind of do the internal controls for financial reporting processes. We assist with debt issuance and management, and then we maintain capital asset records, and then we are also the coordinate the annual insurance renewal for property and general liability insurance. And then, so we're the main point of contacts for liability claims for general liability. Also under finance is assessing. And so there's a city assessor, deputy assessor, and then they have 1 assessing clerk that is, they're all 3 full-time. We have assessing interns that come in periodically to assist with re-inspection programs or whatever program they're working on that particular year. And there's also a board of review process for tax assessment. So they value all property for the city, they maintain those records, and they produce the taxable values, equalized values, what kind of produces your tax bill that goes through Andrea to get your actual tax bill. So I thought I'd talk sort of through the life cycle of, I'm gonna say fiscal year 25, since we just closed fiscal year 25, even though it's December, it was December. So I'm gonna kind of work backwards. So we issued our audit for fiscal year 25 in December. So between June 30, which is our year end, and December, we are working with our auditors, closing the books, preparing schedules, reviewing the financial statements they prepare, and then it can get issued 6 months later. During the fiscal year, we're reviewing budgets quarterly. Quarterly to actual reports are provided to council. We typically will do a budget amendment in the fall, which reviews any sort of changes from the initial budget or encumbrances. So projects that we thought would be finished in the prior fiscal year, but kind of carried over to the new year. So we didn't use those funds, and then we're going to carry them forward. And then we typically do at least 1 other budget amendment, large budget amendment, to make sure that we are within the state of Michigan guidelines so that we're not over appropriating. And then throughout the year, as projects come to council, various budget amendments are also approved. So backing up further, we basically start the budgeting process about 6 months, 7, 8 months before the start of the fiscal year. So we started talking about strategic priorities, position budgeting in December, develop the financial forecast in February, work with departments to review their budgets in March and April, and then the budget is actually adopted in May for that July start date. So it's almost an 18-month cycle to get a budget issued. So in December, we are issuing the prior fiscal year in the middle of a current fiscal year and starting to work on the next fiscal year. So we've got 3 years kind of rolling around in my brain. So when I take a beat to get a number to you, it's because I've got to think about what year I'm in. As I said, we are responsible for producing the annual financial report. Our current auditor is Raymond. They produce the actual physical document, but they will say that I review that in excruciating detail. So I think we have a pretty good handle on that document. It's a great resource for a specific moment in time. But it can be a little difficult to read, even though They've tried to make it easier to read. It's very difficult to read because there are different versions of the financial statements, the funds. We consolidate general fund, income tax, and seniors fund all into general fund, but that's not how we kind of talk about it in our daily operations. So it's not the easiest to digest, but it is the true financial position at a moment in time. So then, like I said, we're the kind of the not clearinghouse, the point person for consolidating the budget document. But so then I wanted to talk about, to get to the budget document, we start with position budgeting. Just want to see how do they. So our process is to start with position budgeting in December. So departments have requested positions. We review what positions are currently in existence, what people are requesting for the upcoming year after having conversations with the city manager, or if any changes or requests have gone through city council. And we have our financial system allows us to build in those people with new benefit rates that we've assumed for the next year, and kind of build out their schedules. So it's within our financial system to kind of build based on our real people and their actual benefit selections and the number of people. So that process is happening in December and being refined kind of through the budget process. That kind of kicks us off. That is sort of obviously payroll is the largest part of the budget. So we take a lot of time to develop those figures. And when we're developing our forecast, we use those 20, well, so I'm trying to say it for the next coming year. So we'll use the 27 projection of payroll with what we really think. But then as we're developing our operating costs and revenue, we're looking at our year-end estimates and extrapolating from there. So right now, that's the process we're in, is people are entering their 2026 year-end estimates for revenue and operating expenses. And then we'll kind of build out with some assumptions based on CPI, backing out any one-time items, and then kind of extrapolating from there, where, like I said, personnel has a little bit more specific known quantities, where we're doing a little bit more assumptions on the other pieces of it. So that's the general fund forecast is developed from there. And then, like I said, in March and April, we're refining those budgets and then providing the document. It's to council to review in the first meeting in April. And that's the much more readable document. It's very large, but it's much more readable. It is discussing our funds, in kind of layman's terms. It is how we operate day to day. And so it's very kind of clear on that's how we operate. I kind of skipped one thing. I know that there had been some questions about the forecast from last year, the 25 budget versus our actual results, and kind of how those things shook out. So I just kind of wanted to talk through. One, I wanted to clarify, we did adopt a budget with a expected use of fund balance of $4.6 million. And we still ended up using $6.6 million. Now, a large portion of that was the BWL settlement, but there was kind of a lot. So let's take that out of it. We would have had a surplus. Where that's coming from is we had $1.5 million of additional intergovernmental revenue grants, and then fire protection money from the state. The income tax allocations to support public safety and the property tax, lost property tax, was about an additional 1.2 million over what was budgeted. Interest income was about 800,000 more than what we had originally budgeted. And then we had about $760,000 of personnel savings from vacancies. So I think one of the suggestions that we heard last time was discussing budgeting a vacancy factor, which is not something we've considered in the past. And I think that is something that we definitely should consider. Obviously, there's going to be some considerations with how we budget for overtime. Perfect. So yes, personnel savings tend to be, a year over year, something that we realize. But then the larger savings from expenses, we deferred some capital items. We had about $1.5 million of capital items that did not occur. So we were gonna transfer some money to the CIP fund for some facility improvements that did not occur. And then there were some drains and sidewalk maintenance that also got deferred. We also found a grant to support a $500,000 project in the streets fund. So rather than the general fund supporting it, then the streets fund was able to find a grant. So there's a lot of things that happen, you know, you only know what you know when you're developing the budget, and lots of things happen. I hate to say it, but the budget is wrong the moment it's adopted. It's just the reality.
Get a list of those items?
Sure.
To help us understand.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
So then these are a couple of excerpts from the 26 budget document. Again, one more plug for the forecast. We're doing the presentation for council for the 27 and outer years forecast. That'll be February 17th. And we'll discuss a lot more about our assumptions that we use, where revenues are shaking out specifically, where expenses, like I said, all the assumptions that are used to develop those numbers. So that's February 17th. So the budget document has some nice graphics that summarize our revenues and expenditures. I'm kind of showing you the side by side of the city as a whole compared to just the general fund. So these are our revenues by types.
Can you tell us where on the FY 26 general fund budget, where the backfill from the income tax appears, which group?
When you say backfill, are you saying the transfers from the income tax fund? So those would all be under the other financing sources. So there's two components to that come into the general fund. There's one of the first things that has to happen for the income tax is they have to reimburse the general fund for the 5 mil reduction. And then the net revenue from income tax, 20% of that goes to support public safety, which we split between police and fire. But that's within that other financing sources section. And I might have a further breakdown in a future slide. Kind of similar, here's a side-by-side comparison of expenditures citywide by function and then the general fund by function. You can see the number in the left graph is lower than the total. That's excluding any inter-fund charges and inter-fund transfers. So it's kind of just the net function of the budget.
Yes, I'm sorry, simple question, I hope.
Yep.
So I noticed that on these two charts, public safety in the left-hand side is 32,479. And public safety for the general fund budget is 32,479, which would imply 100% funded GF, which we've just been told can't be true because she gets grants and other things.
So this is expenses, citywide and general fund. So what this is saying,
Expenditures.
yeah, this slide is just expenses. So what this is saying is that public safety is only coming from the general fund is what I'm seeing. There is no other fund that has the public safety function.
But she just got done listing some grants and so.
Right, so that comes
So that
into
would be on
revenue.
the revenue side. So grants would be under the intergovernmental revenue. So revenue is kind of by type. And I think a chart might be, I have a table that might be a little more clear. And then expenses is by, so function meaning public safety, police, fire, general government, city manager, finance, HR clerk, public works, DPW, so engineering, environmental services. Then you've got judicial, which is the court. Health and welfare is our community economic development divisions, planning divisions. Culture and recreation is parks maintenance. And then we've got debt service and capital outlay. So those are the functions, departments within the general fund. But then we kind of look at it in a separate way where we can kind of distill it down to more by expenditures by type. So personnel services, operating costs, capital outlay. So those two things hopefully my slide totals match, yes. So looking at it in two different ways, by department or by kind of category or type of expenditure. And so the top of the part of the left is your revenues of the general fund by type, and then kind of expenditures by type. The things that I have highlighted there are, when we develop our budget, we say that we balance our budget, meaning that if we have revenues exceeding expenditures, we budget for the plug under revenues to balance, expenses, so that they balance, so the totals balance. So when you look at the budget, you'll see everything comes to zero. That doesn't mean that it's not gonna use fund balance, it's just kind of in either the reappropriated or replenish line. So that when we get to that might be a question where you're seeing, it doesn't look like we're using fund balance, but we are, it's just within a different category. So you'd asked about other financing sources. The transfers in is where you'd see that transfer from the income tax fund, but then other financing sources also include that reappropriated equity, which is our planned use of fund balance in those budget columns. Whereas the actual column is just kind of the net impact at the end of the day, because we don't plug it in there for financial purposes.
Can we get, doesn't even need to be next meeting, but can we get a list of the transfers out? So we can get a feel for what other things we're funding?
Absolutely, that is a slide. It is
Oh,
coming.
Okay, thanks.
So that's kind of high level citywide and general fund revenue expenses by type. And then here is kind of the unassigned revenue of the general fund. So these are your big categories that are not grant specific for the police department or, charges specifically for building and housing permits. These are the general revenues that are coming into the city. So the largest sources are property taxes and intergovernmental revenue, which is our state shared revenue. So the tax that's shared with the municipalities. And then you can kind of see some other various that are revenue items that are, like I said, kind of general purpose that kind of go to fund all of the divisions of the general fund. One thing to note is the franchise fee line on here. You can see that we did not budget in 2026. That's the BWL franchise fee. So we removed that from the 26 budget. And so that is a $1.5 million loss to the budget kind of going forward, obviously. And then down at the bottom, you can see those transfers in from the income tax. So I just wanted to kind of take a snippet of the personnel summary, which you've obviously been able to look at for police, but here's the numbers for finance and assessing. It's coming right out of the budget document. You can see that we've added some positions in finance. We are finding that we are having more requests to assist departments with things. There's also just constant updates to GASB pronouncements and state of Michigan requirements for approving and submitting reports and any sort of grant documents that you need to be approved. They need to kind of come through finance now. As we're making a concerted effort to go for grants, it's requiring a lot of reporting and finances time to do that. So we've added some positions. We recently filled the budget and accounting analyst and payroll coordinator positions. So we're kind of well on our way to being fully staffed. We currently only have a vacancy in the deputy finance director position because she went and was promoted to CFO. So who could that be? I don't know. And then assessing has had a pretty consistent staffing kind of for all of time. And then that intern works, those are the kind of seasonal work that depending on what projects they've got going on.
Is that what you five adopted budget?
Yes.
But you have actual in now, right?
So we're
As
in
of
20. So as of December, we have 7 people. Is that?
I'm just wondering, is it just a matter of when this chart was pulled, why we don't have FY 2025 actual on this chart?
Correct. Yeah, this is from last year's budget document, so this wouldn't be updated until this March, April. So this is just a snip of just the finance department. Like I said, assessing treasury, they're all separate departments. So you can see that we basically are, payroll is kind of our biggest expenditure. So for finance, it's 89% of our budget. And operating expenses make up 10% of our budget. What you may see throughout some of the presentations is you see this indirect cost allocation, and I'm not sure if, I can't remember if we talked about this. So we do a study and we updated it 2 falls ago, to look at kind of internal services that are provided for other departments. So city manager, finance, HR, they provide services to other departments. We process the invoices and payroll for the library, for IT. So we charge out our services so you can kind of see the net impact of our division, because our time is spent on other, assisting other departments. So we are going to try and update that study every other year. We had a kind of a gap when COVID occurred because there was just too much volatility in what we were providing and transactions that were occurring. So we kind of waited until we had a little bit more normalized, and now we're going to try and get back on an every other year basis to update that study. So in sort of provider departments, you'll see the negative indirect cost allocation. And then in some user departments like court or, I'm just gonna say court, you'll see a positive number because they are being provided the services. So the kind of the big operating expenses for finance are the audit, which is $40,000, and then some internal charges for general liability, and then computer equipment. And then we had a program that we're going to use, but this is the last year, was called Debt Book. We was managing our leases. That was a new accounting pronouncement that came out a couple of years ago. So it managed our leases and our subscription-based IT arrangements. We found that we can probably do it on our own. So we're going to save $8,000. Assessing also has kind of, so this is kind of the standard format for general fund budgets. So you'll see this over and over in the budget documents. Personnel services, once again, about 88% of their total expenditure budget. Operating is about 12%. They have about $20,000 in appraisal services, 28,000 in computer charges, and then $10,000 for printing, postage for and shipping of property tax statements and assessment notices. And so here's that list of transfers out. So this is what is being sent out of the general fund. Some of these are kind of year over year subsidies, and some of them are kind of one time. So that major street fund, that was that one time that we were going to fund a project, but now we got grant funding. So it was eliminated actually in 2025. It didn't actually occur. And then that's why we did not budget in 26. The Parks and Rec, Prime Time, Public Art, Art Festival, Debt Service, and Capital Improvement are year over year. Now the capital improvement one can kind of fluctuate because there is a flat amount that happens every year, but then they're not flat. There's a routine amount that happens every year, but then there's also an amount that if we need to fund projects, facility improvements, and they need assistance from the general fund, those could happen as separate transfers. That's where we budgeted for 2.8 million, and that ended up being about $1 million less than what we actually sent.
A particular project or?
I think it was a couple.
Yes. Listed on.
Okay, yeah, we can get you a list. Any other questions on transfers?
So even though those aren't part of the general fund, they really are, like the Parks Department is, because it's being funded. So that's why we're gonna have to look at that as part of the process.
And I will try and breeze through this next part, but I'm hoping to kind of give you a visual representation of kind of the city as a whole. So the city has multiple different funds and types of funds. So the general fund is the main operating fund of the city. We talked about some of those unrestricted large revenue items to fund those functions that aren't self-sustaining, like public safety is not self-sustaining. So here are some of the functions of the general fund again. So here are the special revenue funds of the city. These are separate funds that have a dedicated purpose. So they either have a dedicated revenue source or possibly a dedicated millage. So that's why they are shown separately. And the ones that have an asterisk on them are ones that are receiving financial support directly from the general fund that we saw in those transfers. We have sort of other governmental funds. We have debt service that pays some of the debt of the city, not all of the debt of the city. It's the non-proprietary fund, non-water sewer kind of debt of the city. Yep,
The ones that where the GF is going in directly.
yep.
If you have extra GF left, let's say prime time, big one. If you ended up appropriating 20,000 to prime time and then they only spent 10,000 of it, does it 10,000 go back to the general fund or does it sit in the prime time budget?
It would, those kind of year over year subsidy transfers are sent and they just stay in the fund. Occasionally we'll have like a one-time, if the project happens, we'll do, but typically for those particular funds, it is set during the budget and then it is sent and it belongs to their fund balance going forward if they don't spend it. And then the other governmental funds include 2 capital project funds. We have kind of city facility funds and then our parks, trails, bridges, those kind of program, larger projects are in the parks CIP fund. Then we have enterprise funds, which are kind of act like a business fund, charge for their services. They're kind of self-supporting, so that's our parking system. Building authority is now kaput because they had to exist to pay debt, but then the parking fund could issue debt. So we've fully paid down all the building authority debt. We just have to officially roll it back into parking. And then we've got water and sewer funds. And then internal service funds are funds that provide services again to the city. That's our IT department, our pool division, garage division, and then our insurance and benefits fund, which kind of has multiple things within it. It has our general liability insurance, workers' comp, and then our health and our health benefits are kind of paid through that fund. We have some fiduciary funds. We don't need to talk about that. They kind of money comes in and comes out of the funds. We don't own it. It's not ours. It's kind of, we're the pass through for those things. And then we have several component units that have their own legally adopted budget. They're separately, they're legally separate from the city, but we're financially responsible for them. Okay, I tried to go fast.
Balance if there's extra, and that's X% of expenditure. Does the GF that you're quoting include, say, the 10,000 that was left in prime time?
Really, when I'm talking about general fund, I'm talking about what we kind of consider general fund. So that does not include anything that we have sent out to another fund. If we kind of operate seniors and parks and rec, they operate as separate funds. So when we're talking general fund kind of in this group, we were talking about truly what we talk about as general fund. It's not incorporating any of those other funds.
I had a question about, last year, the general fund did not use, the decrease was not as much as expected.
It was
And you-
more actually because of BWL. but-
Okay. But there was some deferrals.
Correct.
Were those deferrals, would they have happened without the Board of Water and Light settlement? Was that a response to that, or was that a completely separate issue?
I think that was decided prior to that. I think some of the things didn't get off the ground. And then we just decided to defer them. I can't recall if it was, because I don't think we knew the final settlement number until like June. So that would have been well past when we could have deferred those projects.
I guess the one question would be the fiduciary fund.
Yes.
That's where you have the monies that haven't been allocated and spent yet. Where do you invest that?
Well, So it'd be like collecting property taxes. Do we invest our, I mean, because we have all of our cash is in a pooled cash account. So as money comes in, some of it is held not in investments, I guess. Say Andrew could probably answer this better than I can.
All of our pooled cash funds are invested in either CDs or agencies. So we have all of our funds pooled together, so the fiduciary funds are with everything else. So they
But-
could be in any of the same funds that come in for everything else.
The only thought is, as property taxes come in, we have to remit them within like 14 days, right? So
Right.
they don't sit
They
in our
don't sit
account
in our
for very
account.
long.
Yeah.
As we're collecting for other jurisdictions, they kind of come into our account.
Right. Right. What are the restrictions on what you can do with those from the state? This is where my ignorance in
The state has, it's called PA 20, and we can only invest funds, and there's some pretty strict rules about what we can invest in. It has to be within the state of Michigan. It's pretty limited and conservative. So we can't just go out on the stock market and put our money into anything we want to, so.
I really like the vacancy factor. I think that will help. I have control over my very little piece of the pie. So there's not much that I can do.
But you are the central budget office, so you see a lot.
I certainly do. I mean, I think this budget process is gonna be unlike one that we've gone through before. We've seemed to always manage to be able to balance the budget, but in the last 2 years, that's not been the case. So I think the 26 budget was the first where we had to budget for a planned use of fund balance for operating. We've done this for things like one-time capital, but not for operating. So this is truly kind of the first year where we really have to make some hard decisions.
So how big do you think the problem is?
I don't sense it.
We'll figure that out. No, if you were told to cut the budget, say 10%, for example, you think, would that be doable, or you say it would just cause a major problem with services and so forth?
I think 10% would cause a major problem with services. I think the amount that I think it would have been a 4% cut if we had wanted to balance the budget last year. And that still would have it would have all been positions there. I mean, I think a lot of departments are very lean on operating. Like you saw, there's not really much we can do about cutting. I mean, we're gonna take one thing of software and that's about it. We're not gonna cut training. But I think it's down to people, and that of course is going to impact services.
Of course, your problem was created by loss of revenue.
Certainly.
Almost 8 million.
I think
So,
limited and conservative is a very good set of words for where we are as a government, is we're limited and we have to be conservative.
But it looks like if you end up with, say, like, I don't know, a $5 million deficit, it looks like that would probably have to come on the revenue side. Of course, it's a question of what, that's one thing we have to look at.
Certainly, I mean, if we can investigate other opportunities for revenues, and certainly we're trying to do that through grants, but revenue is the harder thing, I think, for us to come up with. I think at this point, I think we are feeling it's expenditures, but we are hoping that there is a revenue solution.
When we did this last time, we were able to enact an income tax.
Certainly, yeah,
We can only do that once.
and let's hope we can maintain it.
Right.
So as part of your review of your own, your own operations, do you look at the end of every year and say, well, this is where we started with the original budget. This is what actual was. Here was a swing of X. Can I explain X? Were we too conservative going into the original budget? Should we have looked at ABC closer? What do you do to look at
Yep.
trends and so on?
Certainly, we do a quarterly budget to actual review, and we kind of highlight some of those things that are coming up throughout the year. And then as we're developing budgets with departments, so finance does a review with the department, and I will speak for myself, but I'm sure that my coworkers do the same thing, is are looking at a trend and of history of what has actually occurred over the last several years. And we'll push back on departments and say, are we sure? Is that really something? We've never done that before. Or we've never reached this level. Are we sure? Do we really need to budget that aggressively? Or things like overtime and fully staffing. Well, if we're fully staffed, then we should be reducing overtime. So we need to bring these numbers down or bring them in line so we don't have some of that duplication. I'm not sure how this process is gonna go this year, because I think, I can only push so much and I can only force so much because they are the owners of their own budgets, but there are certain departments that tend to over budget for what they actually spend. And maybe we need to do a different kind of vacancy factor or, over budget factor.
Mr. Bellman, where do you fit in that progress as they're trying to push back on departments?
So that's, part, I've been here just over 2 years. So the first year I've kind of sat back and watched and observed. Last year, we met with departments and had conversations around some discretionary spending, overtime in particular from police and fire, because when you look at police and fire at overtime, it's about $1 million. And so we talked about what's driving those costs. This year, we're going to meet with a number of our departments where we think there's opportunities to reduce expenditures before the budgeting starts, so that we can have those conversations and look at, if there's a vacancy trend where we're budgeting more than we're actually filling, then are we artificially creating a deficit through those processes? And aside from a vacancy factor, can we be more realistic? And then look at what's driving some of the other costs. Do we need those contracts? I sat down with police, they have 20 different software systems. And so the challenge to them is, what do you need? Is there a system, or maybe a half dozen that can serve all of the purposes and start reducing some of those, software contracts? So those are the conversations that we continue to have, and we'll be having a little more assertively during this process. But the simple fact, and I think Audrey hit on it, is that when you look at, so I submitted a budget deficit plan to council during the budget process last year, and they adopted all of the recommendations. I'm going to have it attached to your agenda for next meeting on the 12th of February. But simply, and I tell staff, we can't cut our way out of this. When you're looking at even those steps they took, we were still looking at approximately $2 million nut to crack, and you can't do it with bodies, because as was mentioned and probably will be stressed throughout the conversation tonight, we're a very lean but robust organization. But I think we're lean to a fault, that there are some things that we ought to be doing that we can't get to. And there's some things that we're starting to hear from our residents that they want us to respond to much more quicker than we are doing. There's certain expectations when you live in East Lansing for what you pay to live in East Lansing. And so it's matching those expectations with our ability to finance it. And so that's really where we're rubbing the tire hits the road.
So I'm used to state government level funding, and typically at the beginning of the cycle, as Bob well knows, we would send out a memo saying, if you had to cut, pick a percent, 2% of your budget, what would you have to cut? So that we had room to move general fund around to meet whichever governor the good people elected, whatever their priorities were, without having to raise taxes. And they had to make a decision. What did they want to do?
So I agree. And I've taken different approaches throughout my career. But even if you look at the number that we talked about last year, if we had to reduce or balance the budget strictly on cuts, I thought the number was around 6%, with exceptioning out certain like city attorney line items and other line items that you don't cut because you can't control what you need those services for. But a hit, like 6% was right around 6 to 900,000 to the fire department. Is that the direction we want to go in, or to the police, where we're just struggling the last 4 years to build back up? To go and say, we're gotta reduce staff? You know, and then we fall behind that 8 ball again, where nobody wants to come work for us because it's hard to attract and retain. And so those are the things that we constantly juggle and the conversations we continuously have. You know, it's not something we can cut completely out. Yeah, we may be able to find, 100,000 total, or maybe $500,000, but it's not gonna be that $2 million. And that's why we went to residents for a millage for Parks and Rec. I think it was stressed at council. We built these beautiful facilities, but we never contemplated how we were gonna pay for the demand of services that are coming from them now. Everybody loves them.
And that's part of the reason I pushed the police chief a bit on, this is your wish list, but what is actual? That gets back to the vacancy savings discussion. If they're 12 FTE off, that's a fair chunk of change.
It is a fair chunk of change, but it's not something, if she continues to aggressively recruit, and we've seen an uptick in individuals that want to work for us that we didn't see in 21, 22, and 23. And quite frankly, in 24, that we're starting to see more interest, that if she does fill those positions, my concern is the vacancy factor we have will not materialize.
Yeah, that's always the concern.
That's always the issue, because if you're authorized, and we know she needs, I say she, ELPD needs that staff if we're going to effectively manage traffic in this community, if we're going to be responsive to, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday night events that a Big Ten university brings to a community, as well as respond to the rest of the community throughout all of those other issues.
I'm not disputing the need. That's a policy decision to be made.
But policy
just
comes with money.
I'm just wondering about actual versus original budget. The other thing I'm wondering is, where does the MSU contribution show up, if at all, or don't we have any?
There are some contributions for police and fire, and those are within those individual departments for providing services.
And does that show up in interdepartmental transfers or
No, it'd just be in
intergovernmental grants? Excuse me.
revenue, yeah, intergovernmental revenue. Or charges for services, probably.
PA 289 shows up.
That's not, it's related to MSU, but it's not from MSU.
All right.
Right,
So I just want to clarify that too.
yeah, PA 289. Is everyone familiar with that? So it is, the state of Michigan reimburses the city for fire protection services are provided to
State
for our
land.
state of Michigan, properties. So for us, it's for MSU properties. So we provide fire services, fire protection services for MSU. So the state, provides a reimbursement of a percentage of the fire department's expenditures, and that flows through intergovernmental revenue within their department.
So if I may go back to a point you made, Rob, as you in the state try to balance your budget, sometimes that's at the expense of the locals because they don't have the money to do revenue sharing or the 289. So we've seen that dip significantly. And, there's talk because of the redirecting of sales tax, gas tax, there may be a hit to revenue sharing for municipality because they're redirecting it to roads. And so we don't know what that may be, but we always anticipate, can't always count on, what we've gotten in the past from those state funded sources.
So I apologize. I am a commission member for the town I live in, and I have to go to that meeting, and I live in Durant, so it's a little bit of a drive. So I am the city treasurer, Andrew Smith. I know we didn't meet at the last meeting, so I will quickly go over what we do in treasury. So for the city, I'm appointed, not elected member. Underneath me, I have an assistant treasurer and 4 treasury assistants. So my treasury assistants work our front windows. We are responsible for taking all the money for the city, which is depositing all the money from the bank from all of the departments for Hannah, the library, our Department of Public Works, our senior center. They all bring all the money down to us. We also take money from our building and housing departments, utility bills, things like that. Property tax bills are billed out of our department. Our water bills are billed out of the department. Income tax withholding payments and return payments can be taken at our department. We do miscellaneous billing. We sell a number of things that come from Department of Public Works, like yard waste bags, hazardous waste stickers, bulk item stickers. We also sell parking passes for both our garages and our lots. And then we also do the residential parking passes and temporary parking permits. Recently, like Audrey had said before, the department broke off from finance as a whole. So now I oversee the income tax department as well as treasury. So income tax has an administrator, which is Katrina Thomason, and then she has an income tax assistant, which is new. Council approved that last year. And just a small note, Jill Rohde was our income tax administrator before, so I worked with her previously. The income tax department that we have is responsible for collecting and processing employer withholdings, individual estimates. They provide customer service. We do have a third-party processor that processes the majority of our returns, well, most of them. If there's a problem or something that needs to be looked at internally, Katrina would look at those. They do perform all the reconciliations and reporting. And then we do have something when it was approved through the vote, it is split between 60-20-20. 60% goes to our pension, our supplemental pension, 20% goes to public safety, and 20% goes to the infrastructure improvements. So I do have another, as she stated, a whole nother thing that will go way more in depth into the income tax that will explain all of that further.
Remember, that's the net after they pay the general fund back for the 5 mils.
Yes,
After that's paid back, that's that allocation percentage.
that's all broken down in my other presentation. So property taxes are our tax money paid by citizens to support the role of government. So our taxes in general, so property tax, income tax, sales tax. Property taxes are taxes paid on the property owned by an individual or legal entity. So a lot of people don't understand that we have real taxes and personal property taxes. So personal property taxes are generally taxes that are from a business, like the objects used to run a business. And so a lot of people get that confused or don't understand that you may have 2 tax bills if you run a business, one for if you own the property and one for the items inside. So we are trying deeply right now to go after anybody who has a delinquent property right now, personal property, to get them to pay, because we do have quite a few that are outstanding. It's not a fun task to go after businesses in town that owe, but it is something that we're trying to do to get some more income into the city that is due to us. Now, though, they've raised the ability to do exemptions. So that has hurt incoming revenue, because more and more businesses can do an exemption of these personal property taxes, so they no longer have to pay them. I don't know what the exemption is up to at this point. It was 80,000 worth of value, but I think it's up to I don't know if it's up to 160 now or not. But that has definitely decreased the amount of tax revenue that we've been able to get. So the assessing department determines that value. We take that value in treasury and produce tax bills. Property taxes are the largest source of revenue for local units besides state revenue sharing. So this is something that we have been putting for the last couple of years in our property tax bills. And we like to stress this out to everyone, is where do your property taxes go? So with a city income tax or a city property tax bill, the majority of your bill does not go to the city. It goes out to other entities that we bill for. So if you look at this example, only 30% of a city tax bill actually comes back to the city. And of that, only 23% goes to the general fund. So the rest of the bill actually goes out to other entities with, in this example, Ingham County getting 22% of the bill. 3% goes to our solid waste and 4% goes to the library. But if you look at that, the schools get a vast majority of it. And like I said, Ingham County. So within this example, $5,500 bill, only $1,600 is kept by the city. And of that, only $1,250 goes to the general fund. So if you're thinking of a tax bill and you think $5,500 or almost $5,600 is going into this and we're getting taxed and that is all our money, it is not all the city's money to use. Oops. So then I just have a similar breakdown to what Audrey had of where Treasury's budget looks like. Very similar. All of our money really goes to all of our expenditures is personnel services. We're an internal service. Our operating costs are broken down mainly between two major contributors. We handle the majority of the postage costs for the entire city, so it just gets charged out mainly to Treasury. And we have our other biggest is computer rental cost. So, and then we are indirect cost allocation out because we handle all the billings for the entire city, and we do all the deposits and revenue handling for the entire city. So that is my Treasury breakdown. If you have any questions for me for Treasury.
Just have one comment.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, a lot of people probably don't understand that, the state constitution limits property taxes to
That's
5% of the rate of inflation. And in the 2008, 2009 period, we had the financial crisis. Some cities lost 40% of their property tax. And a lot of them never recovered. And in fact, many of them will, if you adjust for inflation, many cities will never recover from where they were in 2008, 2009. So that's been a real financial burden for not just East Lansing, but particularly the central, cities like Detroit, Pontiac, and Flint. Those are the ones that took 40%.
And as you are well aware, the conflict between Proposal A and Headley, so that you'll never regain what you lost. under
Right.
proposal.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about maybe a Headley
Yep.
override at some point. So,
Yeah, that's a major issue here. The uncapping helps if someone moves, but in long-term areas where people are very comfortable and don't want to move out, that difference gets wider and wider and your tax base stays lower and lower. So I will be back to do income tax at another time. Thank you.
You have
Yeah.
Can you deposit the tax revenues electronically, directly, or do you get checks?
We get mostly checks. We do get some electronic transfers, but most of our money does still come checks. We do a remote deposit though, so we remotely deposit in our office. So it does go into the bank pretty quickly. So we are kind of up on the times, but there are still lots of people who write checks for and pay cash for their bills.
Now, I don't write checks, but I do electronic, and
Yeah.
that probably goes.
We do have both ways, but there's still many people who pay checks. You can pay online for property taxes, but it does charge you a fee, which a lot of people don't want to pay that fee. So. Yep.
Thank you.
Excuse us, technical difficulties. Can you hear me? Good, okay, great. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Evans. I'm the administrator for the District Court in East Lansing. Our court has two judges, Chief Judge Molly Hennessy Greenwald and Lisa Babcock, who is our Chief Judge Pro Tem. I don't have a clicker. Before I explain the what our role is, I want to explain the concept of what's called People's Court. So for those of you who may be familiar with the judicial process, the People's Court is basically the district court. The district court, you just have, it's called the People's Court because of the number of interactions with the district court due to the number of civil infractions and small claims or landlord-tenant hearings. Our mission statement, where's that clicker? Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, Audrey. Vanna. The court and its operations are managed by the chief judge, and the chief judge delegates its duties to the court administrator. And this is under court rule, Michigan Court Rule 8.110. This is also known as the chief judge rule. Our mission statement is to consistently provide fair and efficient treatment, efficient justice, under the law, while maintaining respect for individual worth and diversity within the court and the community. The duties that go to the court administrator include management of personnel, budget, technology, infrastructure. The court administrator is also the ADA coordinator, American Disabilities Act coordinator, as well as the language access plan coordinator. Language access plan for those who have limited English proficiency. This allows the court to be able to provide those services so that they can meaningfully participate in the court matter. The court administrator is also the liaison to the funding unit, city departments, and local justice partners. So now we can talk about the role of the court as a separate branch of government. As a separate branch of government, the court's purpose is to protect constitutional rights, ensure due process. The court provides through its effective staff operations and management of court's activities an accessible forum for fair, impartial, and expeditious resolution of criminal charges, civil infraction matters, and civil claims by performing the following duties. We arraign individuals who are accused of committing felonies and misdemeanors. We determine pretrial release conditions or bond decisions. We conduct preliminary exams on felonies and provide pretrial conferences, non-jury, and jury trials for misdemeanor charges. We assess fines and costs in sentencing criminal defendants and pursue enforcement of the judgment through the issuance of bench warrants and other collection procedures. Provision for and oversight of community service as a component of sentencing and when appropriate, as an alternative to the payment of fines and costs. There's the placement of some individuals that are convicted of misdemeanor criminal offenses on probation in lieu of incarceration. We impose conditions on probation designed to promote rehabilitation and monitor defendants placed on probation to ensure compliance with those probation requirements. We resolve traffic, parking, municipal civil infractions. We assess civil fines and costs after a finding of responsibility through informal hearings and formal hearings. We resolve civil claims, small claims, landlord-tenant disputes through pretrial conferences, motion, non-jury trials, and jury trials. But that's not all, folks. We also have, in addition to our traditional caseload, probation caseload, the court operates 3 problem-solving courts. So we have the Ingham County Veteran Treatment Court, we have a sobriety court, and we also have a drug court. The sobriety court is for individuals who've been arrested for drunk driving, have been assessed as having a substance abuse disorder. The drug court, the focus of that is to rehabilitate defendants with illegal drug abuse orders. The Ingham County Veterans Court is for qualified veterans charged with a crime in Ingham County. Our treatment courts have a capacity of 25 participants per court. And that's because when you're entering a treatment court, this is a high need, high risk population. These are individuals that are trying to maintain their sobriety. And so having a treatment court helps them to manage their addiction and get on the road to recovery while also having a positive outcome with their with the case that brought them there in the first place. So the problem-solving courts were created to address underlying issues that cannot be resolved when one is simply incarcerated. All three problem-solving courts are currently funded with state reimbursable grants. Federal funds were not dispersed at the start of this fiscal year because Congress could not come up with or decide on their budget in time. The court recently was selected for a grant to implement a new program called the Operation Drive. And that program, in cooperation with our stakeholders that include our city attorney, our Ingham County prosecutor, our Ingham County public, and our Ingham County public defender's office. The focus of that program, I have it here. I'm sorry, I lost my place. So the focus of that program is it's a driver's license restoration program. The court continues to offer online resolution options to review eligible traffic and parking offenses. And this service provides an alternative method for individuals for resolving a case without needing to physically appear in court. The goals and objectives of the court is to increase our public outreach and community engagement by partnering with elementary schools, on the judicial process, court tours, law day, driver's license restoration, and expungement clinics. We expand the social media to publicize court's events. That's new for us because we don't have a social media presence, but we recently hired an administrative clerk who is quite savvy. And so we're looking forward to actually having a space in that realm. We try to improve our staff retention by providing opportunities for training and professional development. And we improve our access to justice by participating in pilot programs offered through the State Court Administrative Office and the National Center for State Court. So let's move to staffing, wherever that might be. So our staffing is 2 judges, 23 staff. The breakdown of that staff is we have 9 clerks, we have 3 probation officers, we have 2 court officers, 2 judicial assistants, a financial coordinator, an administrative clerk, and then the administrative team consists of myself and chief probation officer. We also have a court services, we have a contractual position. So that 23 staff includes the contractual position because we recently had a court services manager who retired last March, but then returned to help us out, thankfully, because of the amount of turnover in retirees and the loss of that institutional knowledge is quite impactful. And so to have individuals who have the knowledge of the court, knowledge of those operations is a help to me so that I can focus on other important tasks. Speaking of the loss of institutional knowledge, I wanted to point out, like we have, so our court services manager retired after 40 years. That's a lot of time. That's probably older than some of my colleagues behind me. Our most seasoned senior clerk has over 25 years. Our next seasoned senior clerk, which is a supervisor, has 2 years. So we're talking about a gap of 25 years and 2 years. And of course, that 25-year senior clerk is going to be leaving us eventually, which is going to again result in another loss of institutional knowledge. Now, we know that those type of transitions are impactful, but it's also impactful because in a court or in a judicial process, having competent, committed, compassionate staff minimizes the chances of false arrests, abstracts. And when I talk about abstracts, I'm talking about your traffic tickets that have, you decided you're going to pay your traffic ticket. It adds points to your record. If that's done incorrectly, it can impact the number of points that you will have accrued with Secretary of State. It will impact your insurance. And so having a seamless transition process between those who are leaving and those who are onboarding is important to make sure that we don't have an increase in liability for the funding unit. We process everything filed with the court from our civil matters, our landlord tenant, misdemeanors, felonies, and parking citations. We manage 5 case management platforms. We have our court case management platform, our collections platform, which is due to technology issues. This is why technology is important. We have MyFile for those who are attorneys. This is our e-filing program or platform for the filing of civil matters where attorneys are required. Our court requires attorneys to file, but filings by pro se litigants, unrepresented parties are handled by court staff. We manage, again, our online dispute resolution platform for traffic and parking citations, and then we also have our drug court case management information system. So there are staffing requirements that we have. Our deputy clerks do double duty as CEOs, and CEOs are certified electronic operators. One of the main functions of the court is that we have to maintain the record. We have to make sure that the record is maintained. Last year, we were the recipients of ARPA funds to upgrade our transcription program, our transcription software. And that is, so aside from the transcription software, there was also a need for court recorders. There was a huge gap with the availability of having court recorders in the courtroom. And this is because they have to be certified, and individuals, they weren't passing the exam. And so it becomes a problem because if you don't have a court recorder, if you don't have a certified court recorder, you can't have that matter heard. And so you have to bring in individuals from other areas. The issue there is that there's a list of individuals that you can pull from, but they're already assigned to a court. So our JAs, our judicial assistants, also are the court recorders for our judges, but they're also on that list as a certified court recorder. So individuals who don't know will call them and say, hey, can you come to our court and record? And it's like, actually, I am employed with 54B District Court. So that list can be quite confusing. And in terms of making sure that every matter that comes before the court, those are used to produce transcripts. So while we have our deputy clerks that are CEOs, certified electronic operators, our judicial assistants are also certified electronic recorders, which means they're the only ones that can produce transcripts. We are lien certified. All of our staff are required to be lien certified, and this is because we're handling confidential information, we're handling criminal history records, and so there is a requirement that everyone who handles that type of information becomes CJIS certified. There is a two-party check in our system when entering warrants into lien, and that process is designed to minimize errors and entries that could result in the false arrest. Staff are required to certify annually. Criminal histories are run frequently post-adjudication by the probation department to make sentencing recommendations in the form of pre-sentence investigation report on each conviction and any probation violation that may arise. Our CCJP certification is for certified criminal justice professional. Our probation officers are required to have this licensing in order to produce assessments for those pre-sentence investigations that are requested by the judge. This credential takes 3 years. So when we hire with the intention of knowing that this is going to be a long process. This was another area where it was difficult to find where it was difficult to have individuals certified because McBath, who is the overseeing authority, the Michigan Certified Board of Addiction Professionals, kept changing their criteria. However, of our 3 probation officers, we now have 2 that were certified just last year. We have the remaining probation officer just completed 6 months of probation, but she is still working on her certification. So let's talk about some of the fun things that the court does. So our judges at 54B, they are committed to strengthening public trust in the judiciary, through community involvement. To that end, the 54B hosts events for Law Day, Constitution Day, and we recently marked the 15-year anniversary of our Ingham County Veterans Treatment Court. Our sobriety court achieved 10 years of service in 2024. Our drug court has been in existence for 10 years, and the court instituted a community court program, which gives all local fifth grade students the opportunity to learn about the judicial system and observe court hearings. In the school year, over 225 students participated in this program. 54B judges sponsored legal interns from local law schools and preside over swearing-in ceremonies for East Lansing police officers and performed wedding ceremonies. In the last 3 years, 88 couples were married. Additionally, the court again was awarded the Operation Drive grant. The court was also recently contacted by the Michigan Department of State to collaborate on a Road to Restoration clinic, which is scheduled for Friday, March 13th. This is the 4th Road to Restoration clinic where the court has been involved. One fun fact is that 54B coordinated its first expungement clinic, virtual expungement clinic in 2021. The city, East Lansing was a partner in this endeavor, along with the district and circuit courts in Ingham, Eaton, Clinton. Law enforcement provided free fingerprint cards for participants to submit to Michigan State Police. Those agencies were East Lansing Police Department, Ingham County Sheriff's Department, Clinton County Sheriff's Office, and there were also 25 attorney volunteers to assist 75 participants through the process. So the court is proactive and it looks for opportunities to improve a court user's experience, whether it's the ability to appear remotely, for most matters, saving driving time. We're piloting projects, we're participating in work groups, promoting programs, developing, restoring driving privileges or expungement clinics. Our budget. So the slide shows that our budget 2025 actual, we have revenues of 1.9 billion, expenses of 3.5 million, with a net impact of a negative 1.5 million. Our 2026 amended budget, 1.7, this is what's amended. This is what we have now, what we're working with. Our expense totals are 3.7 million with a net impact of 2 million. The actual amount that has been expended and received as of January 22nd, 1,026,000. For revenue, expenses total 1.877, and the net impact currently is 848,972. So we are on trend with our revenue amount. We expect that we will have, actually, we anticipate that we'll have more than revenue because at the 6 months, we're already at 1 billion. The revenue, where does our court cost? The revenue is made up of state grants, the collections of ordinance fines and costs, the collection of parking fines, and as well as additional screening. The expenses, not, of course, the most expensive expense is going to be personnel. So I will stop here, but I do want to talk about where the money goes. Can I talk about where the money goes then? Okay, all right. So I want everyone to understand that courts do not generate revenue. I want to make sure that that's perfectly clear. As a separate branch of government, it is important that users of the court, who are involved in the judiciary process, have faith that their cases are treated impartially and fairly. Now let's go to where so monies that come in do not stay with the court, because I can make a bottom line there. Our monies go to our stakeholders, and the stakeholders being the city, the state, the county. What the city receives are ordinance fines and costs, court costs, including penal court costs. This may be Latin. This may be the words that I'm using may not make sense to you, but these are all statutory authorized assessments. There are bond forfeitures, court screening fees, late fees. We also have East Lansing prosecutor cost recovery on our drunk driving, as well as parking and fines that include citations issued by MSU per contractual agreement. So I'll stop here.
And Audrey, the numbers we see there, that's the city's portion, right? These other payments have been netted out. They're not part of expenses, right? The amount that goes to the county and goes to the other.
Yeah, this is just.
Okay. One of the things that we have been directed to look at is regional cooperation. And in the 30 years I've lived here, I don't know how many times there's been discussions about merging or consolidating district courts. When was the last one and why did it fall apart? Just quickly, give us a little history of
I
that.
believe it was 2019, just before COVID, and the legislature that was sponsored, there was a sunset. So there was a time frame for when there had to be a response by the funding unit, and that time passed with no action by the.
Okay, all right.
I just wowed you all, didn't I?
The city keeps some of the money from traffic fines within the city.
Sorry.
The city does keep some of the money from traffic fines in the
Correct.
city.
And that's a statutory assessment. So you have a portion. So if a citation is written by an East Lansing officer, you have a portion that the ordinance part goes directly to the city. But there are state assessments that are also involved that go to the state, that are required to go to the state, which is why when we say the court doesn't have any money, we're the pass. We collect and then we send it on to the entities that are expected to receive that money.
Does East Lansing have a lot of impeding traffic tickets?
But not,
You don't use the impeding traffic? That's
We do.
very heavily used in Southeast Michigan because my understanding is the municipalities do not have to share that revenue with the state because it doesn't count as a moving violation.
okay. So I have not personally seen impeding traffic issued as an original charge. However, it is a predetermined offer in our online dispute resolution. So if you have a speeding ticket and the way the online resolution works is that the ticket is filed with the court, the individual, the recipient of that ticket requests to have their ticket reviewed. The court clerk sends that ticket to the East Lansing police officer or MSU, depending on who issued the ticket. And then that officer determines whether or not it warrants providing them that offer. They make a recommendation. It then goes to the judge, who basically follows the recommendation of the officer. But the predetermined offer prior to them even entering the system, they know ahead of time that impeding traffic is what they will receive if they meet the criteria.
Thank you.
So you'll see a lot of impeding traffic if you were to look through our caseload because it's been reduced to that amount. 0 point non-extractable and non-extractable, both of those are key. Because you can have a 0 point violation and it still be abstractable, which then again impacts your licensing and how Secretary of State wants to deal with it. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Justin Drinky. I'm the interim Parks, Recreation and Arts Director. I've got about 68 slides and we're going to try to get through that in 15 minutes. So Audrey, get your fingers ready to click fast.
Ready.
All right, Parks, Recreation and Arts covers a lot of programs and services across the city. What really brings all of that together is kind of how we envision our programs as connecting and enhancing the quality of life for the East Lansing community through our programs and services. When you look at our programs and services, we try to condense those into 5 buckets. We'll talk a little bit about what all of those programs and services are. There's a lot of information in your packet. I don't want to read it all to you tonight. Happy to answer follow-up questions as those come up. Okay, so we can move into the Parks and Recreation Fund first. And the information on the slide is the fiscal year 2026 budget as compared to the 2025 budget, and showing how those numbers fluctuated between those 2 budget years. A couple of the things that looked different for the 26 budget were fee increases. We also did have the out-of-school time grant for our before and after school program. How we had expected that to kind of end within fiscal year 26. We did just receive notice that we just received that grant again. So that number will jump back up for a year-end estimate and be incorporated into the 27 budget. And then one of the things that we've seen with some of our seasonal positions is that we've had to continue seeing wage increases in order to recruit enough people to work some of those positions. I do have a little bit of additional detail about the transfer from the general fund that we receive. And this is a history of the transfer from the general fund going back to fiscal year 2011. And I highlighted a couple of things on there. In fiscal year 2013, the Jazz Festival and the community events programs were transferred to the Parks and Recreation Fund. And so there was an associated increase beyond just the kind of annual inflation increase to go along with those programs that were moved from, I think, the communications department into Parks and Rec. There was a couple of facility improvements that were identified as one-time transfers from the general fund. A lot of those facility improvements now are from income tax into the Parks Capital Fund. And then there were some additional one-time transfers related to challenges with the COVID pandemic that are highlighted through fiscal year kind of 2020, 21, and 22. Kind of to the point of some of our staff being lean to a fault, I want to show just kind of a breakdown of our staff across the department and show how we've got many people that are doing multiple divisions and programs. So this kind of breaks down the FTE by the different divisions that you would see in the budget. And then we have a very similar slide for our contingent and seasonal staff. So we've got about 20 full-time and part-time people, and we can have up to 150 different seasonal employees, depending on what time of year we're in. High-level information about kind of the administration and the overhead section of the department would be our personnel costs related to the administration of the department and any of the indirect charges that we would receive. So when they talked about like finance is a service provider, we receive those services, so we're charged for some of those services in the general government indirect charges. The revenues that you see in that are from use of the Patriot Park Pavilion. And then also we get some contributions that are donated income tax returns for scholarships. So if you file your income tax and you're like, I've got a $2 return, I don't want to check, there's a box that you can check to choose whether if you want to donate to that to Parks and Rec scholarships, or if you want to donate that to the Park Stewardship Program. I think there's a couple of options, but that's where that $2,700 shows up on there. So that is looking at the individual division. So if you were to pull up the Parks and Recreation Fund in the budget document, you would see the overall fund has about $6.2 million in expenses. But we do have multiple divisions within that. And so that would be basically, yes, the remainder of the transfer from general fund that you'll see as we go through other divisions. There's deficits at some of those, and so it zeroes out. Okay, high level overview, Hannah Community Center, we receive about 140,000 visitors every year. We have over 400 different class sessions. And last year we had 5,185 people enrolled in those different class sessions. Hannah Building includes guest services. One of the things that we're looking at for this upcoming fiscal year that we don't currently do. So all of the utilities for this building are paid out of the Parks and Rec Fund and the Hannah Building Fund. There are other users in this facility, so we share the space with Primetime. There's municipal storage areas in here. One of the things that we're looking at is really how do we appropriately allocate the overhead for this building for the other users in this facility. So what you'll see as a kind of recurring theme on some of these slides, we've been working with our staff to kind of define what it is that they use as far as their resources, what their activities or their programs look like, and what that's meant to do and how that supports the community. So you'll see kind of an objective statement for each of those programs on the slide, the resources that are associated with that, those activities, and what we're expecting to happen as a result of what we do, and then ways that we can track and measure that. So again, I'm going to try to go through these pretty quickly. Please stop me if you have questions about any of our specific programs. Pass sales here at the Hannah Community Center give you access to the fitness center, open gym, and swimming pool. And let's see, we also do our meeting and event rentals, which is our next slide. So that would be internal and external users coming here for meetings and events, whether it's a meeting such as this or somebody having a wedding reception or a birthday party. We have a number of different types of events throughout the year. When we look at our aquatics division, we have both our aquatics center and activities at the Hannah Pool. For the Hannah Community Center pool, a lot of that is our learn to swim and other types of programming, as well as lap swim and open swim. And the aquatic center activities really are just kind of the operations of that facility, as well as we do track the concessions activities separately on that one. And really what we think is really important to highlight is when you look at the USA Swimming has a stat that if you have a child that has swim lessons, they're 88% less likely to drown in open water. So that's one of the things that really guides why we do some of those programs. So we can advance real quick back through some of those. Talk a little bit about athletics. Athletics on a high level, we've got a number of different programs. We've got our recreation programs. Previously, the Parks and Recreation Department used to administer athletics for East Lansing Middle School. The administration of those programs did transfer back to the school district as of August. So when we had built this budget, it's a moment in time. We had still anticipated that we were administering middle school sports. And so the year-end estimate will look very different, and that will not show up in our fiscal year 27 budget. This also includes our recreation facilities, so the softball complex and the soccer complex. Football parking we have on there is a fundraising activity primarily, so we will operate special parking areas both here and in Valley Court Park on MSU football games. That brings in revenue to help support some of our programs. I want to pause on the soccer complex for a second because the soccer complex and the softball complex are part of a school-city joint recreation zone agreement. So when we acquired the land to build the aquatic center and softball complex, the city signed an agreement with the school district because the school district had owned that land. Under the terms of that agreement, ELPS has a 50-year lease and priority use for those facilities, and then we are required to maintain the fields and infrastructure. So right now, we have to kind of maintain and operate those facilities. The school district, we don't charge them for any of the maintenance of the fields or anything like that. And that's under the terms of the current agreement. One of our recommendations is that we review that and see if we can, go back to a conversation with the school district about cost sharing for that facility. Okay. Our rec sports really are about teamwork and kind of introducing people to sports. We also see some of that show up in our recreation and arts division with our buddy basketball program. Other things that show up in recreation and arts, are the ceramics classes, dance, visual arts, fitness, personal training, and employee wellness. So one of the things too is our personal trainer will actually support the employee wellness program. So there is some support that comes in through, I believe it's the insurance fund that supports the activities that really are about creating a healthy workforce and hoping to keep our health insurance costs lower. Yeah.
Sorry, you don't charge yourself rent. As opposed to, you might charge prime time rent down on first floor and pay.
So, kind of. We currently, because the spaces that are dedicated for any of the specific programs. So for example, the ceramic studio is dedicated for the ceramics program is within the Parks and Rec Fund and is in the same as where all of the Hannah building expenses are paid out of. So I think historically it's been considered that because they're in the same fund, we're just kind of moving money around in the same fund. One of the things that I am additionally looking at is in order to reflect the true cost of each program, also allocating out overhead appropriately for if there are dedicated spaces for specific programs. And if it's not a dedicated space, then that would be reflected in the rental rate associated with that. One of the other things that's on here is summer camps. And so there's a couple of different summer activities, and I'll kind of differentiate between a few of those. So we have summer camps through Rec and Arts is really kind of some of these specialty camps. You might see a Nerf camp, or we did a field hockey camp last year. That would be different than the theater drama camps, as well as the school age camps that kind of are running through our before and after school care staff. So that's why that number is really it's just some of those specialty camps. You don't see, as much of that activity for those. The next section that I have on here is All of Us Express Children's Theater. This is going to be another one that's going to look very different in the fiscal year 2027 budget. We've just received word that the Board of Trustees for that program is interested in separating from the city and kind of going back out on their own as a standalone nonprofit. And we're working through identifying what that transition is going to look like. But this will then not be in the fiscal year 27 budget. School age care program is another one that kind of has a specialty service that really focuses on supporting youth and families enrolled in East Lansing Public Schools. I mentioned briefly earlier that we've got the My Leap out of school time grant that we just received word, so there will be another $695,000 of revenue associated with that grant that we're going to receive shortly. The grant period is from now until October 1st, and so we'll be working on identifying exactly how that's going to impact those budget pieces. A big part of that is we don't necessarily know if we're going to receive a grant at the time that we build the budget, and sometimes we have to then amend the budget later when we receive word that yes, we're going to get that grant. All right. Our environmental stewardship program is kind of a smaller division within our overall budget, but one of the things that is unique about this program is that it is primarily volunteer driven. So what this program will do is engage groups of volunteers to do natural area restoration and help remove invasive plants from the East Lansing parks. In 2025, we had 504 volunteer hours. There's an independent organization that kind of estimates what the value of volunteer time is. And for 2025, that was around $34. So it's roughly $17,500 in in-kind contributions of kind of managing the natural areas in our parks through that volunteer program. That obviously is not reflected on the budget, but just want to kind of acknowledge that a big activity of that is definitely getting people in there to help manage the natural areas as volunteer labor. Okay, festivals and events. Just a reminder that those programs were, as I said earlier, transferred into the Parks and Rec Fund in fiscal year 2013. Folk festival activities were really just related to the study committee. So we did have that as a expected activity in fiscal year 26, which is why that's still reflected in the budget. Other activities, the Jazz Festival is mostly funded with donations and sponsorship. There is a $15,000 direct contribution to that program from the general fund on behalf of the city. Jazz Festival brought in 10,000 people to downtown East Lansing last year. So it's a really fun activity, definitely brings in a lot of people to the community and is primarily sponsor driven. Our other activities are really more investments on behalf of the city in creating that sense of community and sense of place. There's not as much revenue associated with those. Other than the farmer's market does have some cost recovery from the vendor fees that the vendors would pay to rent their space. That is correct. Yep, and the biggest thing with that would be staff time. We have 22 market days each season. And when we look at what the other markets in the area charge as well, if we tried to increase the fees, we wouldn't be able to recruit any vendors. Related to our festivals and events, the art festival is actually a separate fund. So we'll jump into the art festival fund real quick. So you will see that called out separately in the budget document. Fiscal year 26, that was about $175,000 of expenditures. That one does receive $10,000 contribution from the city. The art festival has both sponsorship, but also booth fees from the artists that come in to reserve that space. And so there is a little bit of a difference there between the jazz festival is almost 95% sponsorship versus the art festival, a little bit less sponsorship. There's also that booth fee support coming in. Art festival last year brought 44,000 people to downtown East Lansing. Public art fund accounts for about $108,000 in the fiscal year 2026 budget. General fund under ordinance, now it's 1547, used to be 1339. It's required to contribute 1% of capital outlay per the percent for art ordinance into that public art fund. Similarly, we would also get developer contributions for developments in East Lansing. 1% of those would go into that public art fund. So if you can jump to the next one, just to show a little bit of the breakdown of those programs. So we have the public art fund, which is really the city's capital contribution as well as the developer contributions for installing public art and maintaining public art in the community. Cultural arts grants is a discretionary amount given by council to the Arts Commission to award for arts-related projects in the community. And then the Arts Commission activities are the staff time associated with coordinating that group. Okay, a couple of other things. So government buildings. So we do also oversee our government buildings division, which is primarily facility maintenance activities. The government buildings division also includes all utilities for City Hall and 405 Grove Street. Other buildings, the utilities show up in their different budgets. So the DPW utilities would show up under kind of the DPW funds. This also includes the part of the security grant that the city received and the expenditures for the security guards at the entrance of City Hall. This is one where we have a credit for the indirect cost because the users of that facility kind of pay into that fund, if that's a good way to say it. And then I just have high level information on our capital improvement fund and parks capital improvement fund. Happy to talk more about infrastructure at a future meeting if you would like to, but just want to show over the past 10 years or so, there was a really big increase in both revenues and expenditures in the capital improvement fund related to ARPA. So that was the American Rescue Plan Act funds that we received. And even when you look at fiscal year 25, where it says that is general fund revenues associated with that, it's kind of ARPA in disguise when we think about what those projects were. To answer your earlier question, high level, some of the projects that we deferred and ended up transferring funds back to the general fund were related to boiler and HVAC improvements, both at City Hall and here at Hannah, as well as some elevator upgrades that we're still planning on. We just moved those forward a year. And then there was also a project to expand the women's locker room for the East Lansing Police Department that has been deferred. And then for fiscal year 26, we had included a placeholder to potentially issue a bond for City Hall improvements. We've not issued that, so those debt proceeds and related expenses haven't occurred yet. And then the Parks Capital Improvement Fund would be things like improvements to our parks and trails. Most of the revenue in that has been historically state and county grants. but we do get a portion of the infrastructure allocation of income tax revenues. We share that with streets and sidewalks, but a portion of that comes to support parks and public facilities. Both capital improvement funds, I think it's important to recognize that some of those projects can span multiple fiscal years. And so you see the maybe net addition to or use of the fund balance go up and down each year. Some of that is anticipating that, okay, we're going to have a project that's going to be, using a big portion of income tax funds, maybe next fiscal year. So we're going to maybe hold on to some of our allocation from this year, combine it with next year's in order to cover that kind of thing. So that's why you see that kind of go up and down a little bit over that period. We've listed a couple of opportunities and ideas for both increasing revenues as well as, really just continuing to analyze all of the expenditures associated with different programs and seeing if we're doing our programs the most efficiently as possible. I mentioned the joint recreation zone agreement with the school district and evaluating that conversation. Also pursuing whether or not there's opportunities for increased support from the Downtown Development Authority for our festivals and events that don't have that same level of revenue generating opportunities. And then I think you'll hear from DPW a little bit later. One of the things is working with them to reduce mowing in city parks by establishing more natural areas and unmanaged green space. And then hoping to reduce utility consumption, although we can't necessarily control utility rates, we can at least work toward installing more energy efficient infrastructure in our city facilities to reduce consumption and hopefully either reduce cost or reduce future cost increases. Questions? Is your finger tired? Perfect.
Good evening. I'm Heather Pope. I'm the Director of Community and Economic Development. Before I jump into the presentation, I just want to give you some background. Community and Economic Development used to be a division of Planning, Building, and Development. As of July 1st, we went through a reorganization. Community and Economic Development was pulled out as a standalone department. So when our 2026 budget was prepared, we were under Planning, Building, and Development. So if you go to look back at our budget, it won't exist because we were part of that. So, but Community and Economic Development Department, what we do is we aspire to implement city policies and provide programs and actions that enhance economic, environmental, and social well-being of the community and foster a healthy and vibrant downtown, a diverse and inclusive business community, and sustainable neighborhood growth. The staff's comprised of myself. I have two community and economic development specialists on my team. We have a part-time secretary. We have a contingent employee who does our arts program and creative placemaking. Then we have interns. Currently, we have two interns. But during the period of May to August, we hired 2 additional interns and they help us with all the summer programming. And you're probably familiar with Alberto Fresco and some of the other events that take place downtown. Next slide. So what do? We support affordable housing initiatives. We design and support programs for underserved populations. We support neighborhood revitalization projects. We partner, engage with developers. We provide business assistance, expansion and attraction, entrepreneurship programs. We support commercial revitalization and development initiatives, infrastructure investments, arts, culture, and placemaking, and redevelopment of brownfield sites. A lot of our work is through boards and commissions, and we currently staff the Downtown Development Authority, but that's going to change as of Monday. The Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, the Downtown Management Board, the Community Development Advisory Committee, the Lansing Development Finance Authority, and the Economic Development Corporation of the city. Slide. So our budget. So our budget's a little unique because we receive credits back from certain programs that we work on. So our overall salary and wages is $351,910, and our benefits are $102,640 for a total of $454,550. We receive salary and wage credits back in the amount of $204,805. And I can give you the breakdown of those, and that comes from our Downtown Development Authority, our Downtown Management Board, our Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, our Local Development Finance Authority, and our Community Development Block Grant. And when I go into each of those funds, you'll see those amounts and how they come back to us. The same for benefits. We receive a credit of $32,310. Under operating, our budget is $19,960. We are charged, like every department, a computer rental for our division or department is $31,653. We receive an indirect charge of $173,837.50, and then GIS services in the amount of $5,370. One thing I want to point out is we received a Department of Justice grant to do a project that is for the purchase of modular vehicular barricades, and then the installation also of hydraulic bollards that you see when you close down the street for events. And then we also are using some of those funds to provide landscape features, design features around Ann Street Plaza that again are vehicular barricade barriers, but they look more like planters and different things. $880,000 of that is going towards that project, and the revenue is going to come into this department, and it's going to go out of this department. So that's a one-off. So I just wanted to keep that separate. And then our Downtown Development Authority is also funding portions of that project.
This budget. Of this budget, what's the impact on the GF then?
So you're looking at a total of about $450,000. Mm-hmm. Okay, next slide. So our Downtown Development Authority, since its existence, the Downtown Development Authority has been staffed by, supported by staff in the Community and Economic Development Division. They, this past 2 fiscal years ago, decided to hire their own director. They are in the process. They've just recently hired a director. That position will start on Monday. But I do want to go over with you the Downtown Development Authority, because at this point it is part of our department. So it's 11 board members. It has a fiscal year 26 budget, $2,740,000. They capture that revenue through a TIF, tax increment financing, and a millage that they implement. There are 2 TIF plans. There's TIF 1, and TIF 1 is the block where the Marriott is. So that was the original TIF, and that's what started a DDA in East Lansing. And so any of the TIF capture off that parcel, that block, goes back to pay back debt on that underground parking garage under the Marriott that's city owned. The remaining, the TIF 2, that area is from Valley Court down to Hagedorn. I will tell you, from Valley Court to Collingwood, we capture a TIF in a millage. From Collingwood to Hagedorn, we only capture a millage. And again, they capture those dollars and do improvements. They have a municipal services agreement with the East Lansing Police Department and with the Department of Public Works. I'll get into those here in just a minute. But some of the development projects they've been involved in are the original City Center project. So this are the condos and the 300 block where Buffalo Wild Wings, all of that development, that new parking garage, or that parking garage that was constructed at the time. The Center City project, the Park District project. They own the Evergreen Avenue properties. They have a facade improvement program. The Downtown Development Authority actually manages the downtown materials and waste program. So they service all of the businesses who are not able to have on-site dumpsters and recycling. We have 5 different trash rooms throughout the downtown, and that program is ran through our Downtown Development Authority. We have a rotating art program. They provide funding for beautification. And then again, they have a municipal services agreement with the Department of Public Works and the East Lansing Police Department. Other projects they do are the wayfinding signs. They do the downtown cameras. They're looking to install a public restroom, the vehicular barricade project, they do sidewalk and projects, partnership with Public Works. The public refuse and recycling cans you see, those were purchased by the DDA. They have a current contract with Art Space for a project. And they do the power washing and the overall operations of the downtown. And how they support those is through that municipal services agreement with Public Works. Next slide. So here's a breakdown of their budget. It's their revenue from property taxes, the interest to receive off that, and then the charges for the services for the downtown material and waste management program. The overall budget is $2,740,000. They have personnel cost of $217,710. They have operating cost, capital outlay costs, debt service, and the debt service is related to the Evergreen Properties debt and the parking garage, and then a transfer out. So that transfer out of $139,395, that is specifically to pay that debt towards that debt payment on that Marriott, the parking garage under the Marriott, and then are captured through those property taxes that they receive. The other debt service that you see is their debt service this year for the Evergreen Properties, which is their principal payment and their 2 interest payments. This year, they added back, they replenished their fund to equity with $91,850 to have a balanced budget. So on the side here, you'll see their revenue streams, their personnel costs, what that includes. And again, that DDA director, they provide allocation to the finance department because the finance department does all of their calculations for their TIF captures, pays all their invoices, processes all their payments. They also allocate funds for the arts program and creative placemaking specialist. That's a position that's shared both in cost from the DDA and the Community Economic Development Department. And then they also provide funding for interns that work on Alberto Fresco. And we have a art specialist intern who also works at Scene. And then they also pay the parking department staff, maintenance staff, some salary and wages to offset their time spent. They clean the refuse rooms for the DDA. Under their operating, they have 2 municipal services agreement, one with the Department of Public Works and one with the Police Department. You heard earlier Chief Brown talk about the DDA allocating funds for the Police Department. They pay for overtime. They pay for the Police Department. They pay for different events. Thursday, Friday, Saturday night overtime. The DDA contributes $200,000 to the Police Department. And then they also contribute overtime for police officers when they work during Alberto Fresco during those summer months. For the Department of Public Works, they provide the funding source for the staff that work in the downtown, the operations, the cleaning equipment, the equipment rental, all of those things. And then just recently, this past month, in December, the DDA also allocated additional funds to hire an additional person for Public Works to work in the downtown, from the downtown maintenance and operations, along with the Police Department 2 officer positions. For contract services, we have Alberto Fresco, the rotating art program, the Valley Court connectivity project, Scene Metro Space, and then again, the downtown refuse room program. And then they have under project development, the facade improvement program. This is for businesses who want to improve the facade of their exterior of their building or a new sign. They will provide grants for those projects. For capital outlay, they've allocated funds this year for the Ann Street Plaza barricades. And so they've hired a landscape firm who is doing those designs for those vehicular barricades. They the DDA installed down cameras back in 2020 and 2021. They're looking at doing some upgrades, so they allocated funds for that. They have funds allocated for public restroom. As you know, we bring out porta potties and different things for different events. We're looking at having what's called, referred to as a Portland Loo bathroom. You see them in downtown Grand Rapids. They're a fixed a public restroom. They allocated funds for sidewalk improvements, a lighting project, and the wayfinding signs. Their debt services, the Evergreen Properties principal and interest. And then again, that transfer out is for that Mac parking garage, debt payment, and then the allocation to their fund balance. Any questions on the DDA's budget?
Can I ask something that, sorry, it's very confusing to me.
Mhm.
What is the city's obligation on those evergreen properties?
It's the DDA's obligation on that Evergreen property. So the DDA pays for those, the debt on those.
So if the DDA sold those properties at a loss, however you define that,
Mhm.
it's the DDA that's on the, so there will be no city impact.
Correct. So this screen just gives you a breakdown of the municipal services agreement between the Department of Public Works. At this time, the DDA, as of December 18th, will be providing just about $350,000 to the Department of Public Works for maintaining the downtown. The DDA also pays for their the streetlights. We receive a monthly bill for those streetlights, and any of the streetlights that are within the DDA district, the DDA pays for those. That's something they started in fiscal year 25. And then their municipal services agreement with the police department, which is about $385,000. Any questions on that? So for the other contributions that they provide for the community economic development, they provide $16,580, and that is for that arts placemaking specialist position. They pay for 2 interns in the amount of $5,810. And then there's the allocation of salary and benefits of $13,300 to the finance department for the work that they do. Okay, any questions on DDA? I'll move into the Downtown Management Board. So the Downtown Management Board is the marketing arm of so the DDA we describe as the developer of the downtown. The Downtown Management Board is the marketing arm of the downtown. So they do all things, events and advertising and promotions for the downtown businesses. So it consists of a board of 9 members. Their budget, annual budget is $145,325. And this is through a special assessment. And the special assessment is based on square footage, based on floors. So a basement floor of a building is charged 0.07 cents. First floor is 18 cents and the second floor is 10 cents and all others are 5 cents. So as you can see, it's not a huge budget, but they're able to use those dollars and stretch them. And then they also are able to get sponsorships for different events. So the Downtown Management Board oversees the Downtown East Lansing social media accounts, participates in grand openings, placemaking efforts. We have an e-gift card that over 40 businesses participate in. They oversee that program. They do business networking. They are responsible for the holiday decorations that are installed throughout the downtown and all the downtown event planning, Alberta Fresco, East Lansing Pride, Glam Jam, 80s Night, the Great Pumpkin Walk, the downtown tree lighting, and the community chalk walk. And for several of these events, they get sponsors. And so that's why they're able to have such a small budget, because they're getting these matching funds and sponsorships. So the Downtown Management Board does contribute to staff time that work with that board. So the salary and benefits is $25,000 that they pay. They also have a 12-month intern position. That's $12,090. And then their operating cost of $7,925. And that's for the computer rental for the staff that work for on the DMB. They also pay the police department for the overtime that they spent during Alberta Fresco, $5,000. Any questions on that? So our department also oversees the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. As you know, we are not, a community that has old industrial buildings and things like that. But what we have are obsolete buildings, a lot of dry cleaners and gas stations. And so over the years, we have, approved brownfield plans. The board was established in 2000. It's 11 board members. At this time, our Downtown Development Authority is also our Brownfield Redevelopment Authority board. So they meet, they adjourn, and if there's action, they move move to the next meeting immediately following the DDA. So 20 Brownfield Redevelopment Authority tax increment financing plans have been approved since 2004. Our fiscal year budget for the current year is $3,624,115. We currently have 12 active plans. We have one plan that, just to give you an example of the variety, we have a plan that the total reimbursement was $167,177 over a 13-year period. And then we have Brownfield Plan number 24, which is the Center City project. So this is that Albert parking garage and target that big development. So that's was approved at $50,952,038, and that's a 30-year capture. So some of the brownfield plans have an administration fee. And so because of our work and our reporting and the oversight on these, our department receives a credit back, and this year it's $81,000. So again, you saw that offset, that credit on the original page. This is part of that. Any questions on brownfield? Okay, we have an Economic Development Corporation. Our Economic Development Corporation only meets when there is a project. There's no budget. There's 9 board members, but it is not an active commission at this time. Past projects though that we had, EDC has worked on is the Michigan High School Athletic Association when they built that building several years ago off Coolidge Road. The State News building in downtown, when the State News that building used to be owned by a family. It was sold to the State News. The EDC assists with that. And then Bircham Hills Retirement Center was the last project that the EDC, and that was again several years ago. We also support the Local Development Finance Authority, which is the Lansing's Regional Smart Zone. So you may be aware, we have a TIC, a Technology Innovation Center at 325 East Grand River on the 3rd floor. And this was started actually through our DDA several years ago. The LDFA though consists of 13 board members. There are 3 East Lansing representatives that serve on the board. Councilmember Meadows being one of those. The fiscal year 26 budget is $952,610. That's a capture they get within that area that's been designated as a smart zone. 10% of that comes back to the city for admin of those dollars. And then the LDFA receives the balance of $857,347.54. And so what the LDFA does is they support entrepreneurship and programming to advance technology here in the greater Lansing area. The LDFA also is a partnership with East Lansing, MSU, and Lansing. At this time, East Lansing's the only thank you, entity generating dollars. So the dollars are focused here in East Lansing. Yes.
I probably should announce this last meeting, but I was a member of this board. I had to resign to become on here, but my name still shows up on everything because they said they won't take me down till my position's full.
Correct.
So it looks like I'm still on this board, but I'm not.
Correct.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
No,
but
no.
I did want to explain that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's how that board works. Okay. All right, Community Development Block Grant Program. So we are an entitlement community, which means each year we get an allocation from the federal government through the US Department of Housing and Urban Development, and is to support services that We provide decent, safe and sanitary housing, infrastructure improvements, public service improvements, all to serve those who are considered underserved or have a disability or are seniors. And so this year, our budget is $401,425. Of that budget, we can allocate 15% of that for public services. So organizations like Haven House, MSU Migrant Program. We have legal services of South Central Michigan. There are some programs that we funded before. We provide funds to the Youth Scholarship Program that Justin spoke about earlier. That's through our Parks and Rec program. And EVE, which is in Violent Encounters program for domestic victim assaults. So we provide those services to those agencies. And again, we can only allocate 15% of those dollars. So that's $60,210. We are allowed to spend up to 20% of the grant each year on administration. We never meet that threshold. So this year, our admin budget is $59,880. About $33,000 of that is for salary and wages for staff time who work on that. And then other things like we have to hire consultants for certain type of State Historic Preservation Office reviews, and there's a lot of environmental reviews we have to go through for certain type of projects, and we contract that work out. And then the main bulk of the funds go to public infrastructure and housing. So for several years, we have funded a program with Public Works where they have gone through eligible CDBG neighborhoods and did sidewalk ADA accessible improvements at intersections. We're also, I always give this example, when this building was being refurbished, we used our CDBG dollars to install the elevators because there's a seniors program here. So that's an eligible expense. We're going to be doing some improvements out here in front of the sidewalk. Again, because it's a CDB or the seniors program here. It's a CDBG eligible expense. We also have a down payment assistance program. It hasn't been used in several years, essentially about 5 years. And it's to provide for people who want to purchase a home in East Lansing. It was a gap financing mechanism. So they get their mortgage from they find out how much they can receive in a mortgage from a bank. And if there was a gap between that and the purchase price, we could provide that gap. So they are able to purchase the home. Since its existence, I believe in 1974 was the first year the city received CDBG dollars. We have had a housing rehabilitation program, and that's for current homeowners here in the city who meet those HUD income guidelines. And we can go in and do weatherization improvements that includes roofs, windows, new furnaces, water heaters, nothing cosmetic, but we also do lead-based paint and asbestos removal on those properties too. Any questions on the CDBG program? And then just here's some examples as I was talking about the number of programs that we've serviced. You can go to the next one too. Yep. Okay. Questions? All right, thank you.
Back on schedule, I think that Human Resources is next. Oh, I guess I am.
All right, good evening. My name is Emily Kenny. I am the city's Director of Human Resources. And my presentation will probably be relatively shorter. We have a little less financial complexity in our department, so I've only got 4 slides for you. But first up, a little bit about the functions of our department. We are a centralized human resources department. So the different departments of the city don't have HR staff. They're all located within our human resources department. And we administer all the human resources functions for the city. And we also do for the 54B District Court and for the East Lansing Public Library. As far as what those functions are, I've got a list in the slide deck. First is we administer and negotiate collective bargaining agreements. So the city, including the court and the library, between all 3 entities, there are 9 labor unions, so 9 collective bargaining agreements. This summer, 8 of them will be open, so we'll be in will be part of that negotiation process with those unions. And then during the life of the agreement, when there's questions that arise for management or staff or any other labor issues that come up, we are involved in those discussions as well. We also develop and administer all personnel policies, procedures, rules, and regulations of human resources programs. We administer a sound wage and job classification system that effectively attracts and retains well-qualified personnel for all job classes and promotes internal equity. We also administer all of the benefits for employees, so medical, dental, vision, long-term disability, that's all administered by our department. We administer leave time, so primarily that's Family Medical Leave Act. Any employees in the city that qualify for family medical leave and want to apply for that leave go through us. And we also administer ADA, or Americans with Disabilities Act, accommodation requests from staff as well when they have an accommodation for something to assist them with performing their job functions due to a disability. Those requests and the process flow through the Human Resources Department. We administer the workers' compensation. So obviously anybody getting hurt, those claims are all filed by us. We handle all the reporting, and we also handle, along with that, workplace safety. So when people can return to work, if there's an issue that comes up through the workers' compensation claims that we're noticing, those things are addressed through the the HR department. We administer the hiring process for all regular positions in the city, so full-time regular and part-time regular positions. We onboard all regular and contingent staff, so that includes having them fill out all of the paperwork they need to fill out, entering that into the payroll system, and then also having more of an integration into the culture of the city as well. We also are responsible for employee engagement, state and federal employment law compliance. So that could be anything from reporting requirements. For instance, the OSHA 300 log is due Monday, so that's being submitted to the state right now. But then it can also be training for staff. So we may do some FMLA training or harassment discrimination training, things like that. Then we also are responsible for all personnel file retention, and we act as a professional resource for all city departments and legal counsel on human resources issues, including employee grievances, prohibited conduct investigations, and disciplinary actions. So the staff of the Human Resources Department are 4 full-time staff members, myself, the director. There are 2 HR administrators, and then 1 HR specialist. And then for our budget for fiscal year 26, the cost of the personnel services, so the cost of our staff is the $610,000. Then we also had an additional $117,435 in operating costs. Primarily, that's the computer rental. We also administer the education reimbursement for those employees that qualify for education reimbursement for the whole city. We also have the budget for employee engagement activities like our holiday recognition reception that happens in December every year. And we have a budget for legal services and also for printing and publishing when it comes to advertising our job vacancies. And then, as Audrey and others have mentioned, we have an indirect cost allocation. So our services are charged out to the departments for using our services, and that ends up covering about $790,000 of that total cost, which leaves a net impact to the general fund of $120,500. And that is it. So do you have any questions?
A staff salary study started a couple of years ago, I want to say. And my understanding is that's come in. Are you going to do a public evaluation of that study at some point that we could see?
Well, yeah, you want to.
So the results of that study is on the city council's website. So it was submitted as a public document. The implementation of that study is still confidential because we have to negotiate the terms with the unions.
Studies out there?
The study is out there.
I think it was the January 17th city council meeting, if I am recalling the date correct, or right around there, 16th.
So it was the sixth. So 16th, it was.
16th.
Yeah, no, 13th.
13th, okay. It was the one in the.
Discussion only
teens.
meeting
It was the one in
on
the.
January 13th. I believe.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
7 days plus 6.
Yeah.
So look on the council portion of the city
Yeah, if you
website.
If you bring up the meeting and go to their agenda, there will be an item that identifies the job classification and total compensation study.
Thank you, yes.
Is that a comparative study that looks at other municipalities?
Yes, we looked at comparable organizations and also looked at the private sector a little bit too. So we wanted to look who our competitors were locally, not just in the state as far as municipalities go. So we were able to bring in some more, maybe most studies wouldn't look at places like MSU as a comparable since they're a much different type of organization than we are, but we lose staff to them frequently. So we wanted to make sure that they were included.
Now, does your department do all of the negotiation of the contracts, or do you get involved, or?
So I provide general guidance, council provides general guidance, but it's between Emily and her team as well as our labor attorney.
That's a lot of work.
It
If
is a
you've
lot
got
of work.
7.
Yeah, I was just thinking I need to take a vacation before this starts this summer.
Or
I need to
during.
get it in while I can. Yeah.
Audrey, I'm not sure. How are the costs for the retiree health insurance and that kind of thing spread? Is it in one spot? Or is it throughout the departments, or how is it accounted for?
Yeah, retiree health insurance is allocated to the division that they were in when they retired from the city. And I say that, but someone like DPW, they may have had multiple departments over their tenure. So we allocate a portion of the cost to those departments. But generally, if you're a firefighter, that cost gets allocated to fire.
Anything else? All right, well, thank you.
Next up is the Primetime Seniors Program.
Good evening. I'm Alicia Williams. I'm the director for the Primetime Senior Program. So I'll start out with telling you about our team. There's only 3 of us. So I'm the director. We have an office manager and then a program manager. You'll see from the slide that we are all new since 2023. So in 23, everything flipped over within the department and we're pretty much just running brand new. Currently, we have 27 contract instructors and 19 volunteer instructors that we work with. Wanted to give you some insight into our core services. Our main one is that we provide programming for seniors. Working really hard to focus on promoting aging in place among the seniors and making sure that they are living healthy and active lives. We do a lot of networking throughout the greater community, lots of local agencies that serve seniors that we partner with. We've increased our city department collaborations and beyond. We're working really hard to be a one-stop shop resource for the seniors. So they're not having to go out and find all the resources that are available for them. They can come to us. Working really hard to improve our communication out to the seniors, reach more people in the area. Lots of administrative tasks, and then we support the Friends Board and the Seniors Commission. One of the biggest things that we've done in the last 2 years is overhaul our mission, vision, and value statements. Our program was established in 1972, and I'm only the 3rd director. So we decided that it needed some fresh eyes on it. So I won't read those to you. I know you can all read, but those are our mission, vision, and values now. We do focus on the 8 dimensions of wellness for our programming, so we're not just out there willy-nilly choosing things to do. We really look at what the seniors are wanting and where those fit within those 8 dimensions and how it's going to benefit them. But this slide shows you those 8 dimensions and some of the examples that we offer within all of them. That is not inclusive of everything that we offer. But the next slide shows that we, in 2025, offered 97 unique programs. Most of our programs are ran by seniors. We're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, and we run on a quarterly basis. So we plan all of our programs for March, April, May, and then June, July, and August to break it up throughout the year and keep it organized for the seniors so they're not constantly getting new information. Some of our programs are ran on a daily basis, like fitness, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and then semi-annual or annual basis. Revenue. Right now we're at about $470,000 in revenue. We do get quite a bit of community support. The Friends of East Lansing Seniors donates 5% of their investments each year. In 25, it was $23,000. We also receive an endowment from the Cochran estate. Every year that does go up, we get a percentage of their investments. In 2025, it was $117,000. That will end in 2033. We do get quite a few donations from our seniors. Those vary from year to year. Sponsorships is something that we just started adding last year. The minimum that we would get in sponsorships per year is $2,000. We do get a contribution from the city general fund. That $163,000 is 2025. We do charge for our services, so membership fees and program fees, and the sheet that I gave you breaks that down just a little bit more. And then other revenue comes from fundraising, interest, income interest, and then grants. We work with Tri-County Office on Aging, and they provide one-off supplemental grants when we need them for program support. We just submitted for a $10,000 grant for technology upgrades, but overall grant opportunities for senior centers in municipalities especially are few and far between. But that is something that I'm working with Erica on really hard. This is where that sheet comes in that I handed out. So you'll see from that over the past 4 years, our annual membership fees and program fees have really started to increase. And our expenses are hanging out at about the same, except for those contract services. That's what we pay those instructors to teach our classes. The more classes we offer, the more we're paying out. So, but with our new program manager, we've put a new process into place to make sure that we are not losing money on any of the programs that we're offering. So our goal is to have full cost recovery on everything that we do. Back to the slides. Some of the logistics that I just wanted to make sure you are aware of is that currently we have 810 participants, 577 of them are registered members. This is up 28% from 1 year ago. It's continuing to rise. We have an average of 30 new members per quarter. Right now we are charging $25 a year for City of East Lansing residents to have a membership to Primetime and $40 for non-residents because we do get money from the general fund. So we keep that lower for those who are paying those taxes. It's not required for them to have a membership to Primetime, but their costs for classes are higher if they do not become members. Some concerns in these areas is that we are still working to use our database to its fullest extent and ensure that we are capturing all of our data correctly. And then we did a complete overhaul of our registration process in 2025, giving us an even better idea of what is happening within the center. For those program fees, those range anywhere from $2 for a drop-in class to like $110 for a quarter of ukulele lessons. But on average, our classes cost $7, $8 per class. Wanted to talk a little bit about room usage. We do have dedicated space in the Hannah Community Center. We have a pod of offices, as well as 5 dedicated classroom spaces that we can use for our programs. Additionally, we do rent space within the Hannah Community Center when we don't have the capacity within those 5 spaces. And we have been working towards using like off-site locations. We've had a couple programs at Bircham Hills and some of the other communities just to kind of offset that. We did some programs at the library too, especially when we weren't charging for them. Room 144 is an area that we often run into issues where we lose it in the summer. So that kids camp program that Justin was talking about in the summer, they use room 144. So that is a space that we lose, making it more difficult to find space to offer the programs that we are offering. For an example, in the spring quarter that is coming up, we have 13 programs that are being ran in that space that in the summer we will have to find different space for. Next slide. Our quarterly newsletter is both printed and emailed to anyone who will let us email and mail it to them. There is no cost for us to do this. We work with a company called LPI. They sell ads in the back of our newsletter, and then they print it and do all of the processing of that for free. We pay postage to send it out to the number of people that we send it out to. We also instituted a monthly update just a couple months after I started to make sure that our seniors are being kept up to date, not only what's going on in prime time, but what's going on in the city. So I work really hard with the other departments to make sure that if they have something that they want to communicate out, our seniors are going to get that message. And then we only use Facebook. We're not wasting our time with Instagram or X or anything like that. We've narrowed down where our seniors want their communication, and this is where we're doing it. Those partnerships that I talked about starting, they are helping us keep the costs lower for our seniors for things like luncheons, trips. The partnerships in the community also let us do things like borrow one-time supplies. We had a luau type program for our holiday, and I didn't want to go out and buy a bunch of luau supplies. So I called a local senior center and they let us borrow them. And then our partners are also really great volunteers. They come in and help us do some of our programs and make sure that they run smoothly. Some insight into our strategic priorities. We are working to improve awareness of transportation services for our seniors, especially those who are reaching that stage of no longer being able to drive. Our second one is we're working on increasing that program revenue. Making sure that we are offering programs that they actually want. Those programs are getting filled as much to capacity as we can get them, and making smart choices about how we're moving forward with what we decide to offer. And then number 3 is online registration. We know that as our seniors continue to enjoy technology and learn more about it, they want technology options like being able to register for classes online, and our current system is not user friendly. So that's a big initiative that we have over the next 2 years that we're looking at. So some of the ideas. We are in the process of working with MSU Retirees Association and the Faculty Emeriti Association to develop a program called the Continuous Learning Collaborative. It is a play off of a senior university, but we're going to offer it right here in the Hannah Community Center. In the first year, we are expecting to raise between $2,000 and $10,000. So I'm very excited about that. I think that this has some potential to be a very good revenue base for the primetime program. Some other areas that we've been looking at is improving communication on programs and things like East Lansing Info or using 517 Living to advertise our programs further out than we're doing now. More partnerships, we've got a lot of them. I started listing them and then I got bored, so I knew you'd get bored. But there are more out there that we're not tapping into. tapping into community funding sources such as the Community Foundation or CDBG. We haven't applied for that since this new group of staff has come on board. We are considering increasing our membership costs, which would bring in an additional $3,000 in the next year. We're looking at ways to have room use recovery. We let other organizations come in and utilize our space to provide programs to seniors, such as MSU Extension, Tri-County Office on Aging. They don't allow for us to charge the seniors, but it doesn't mean that we can't talk to them about recovering some of those costs. We are also looking at increasing costs for programs such as our aqua fitness classes. When costs go up in an area, those are the particular classes that we look at. Can we recover those costs through there? And we did have some cost increase last year for usage of the pool. Credit card fee recovery is something else that we have discussed. That is not something that we are currently doing, but that can be anywhere from $2,000 to $7,000 a year in credit card processing fees. And then we do have 13 free programs that we're offering right now, which we do want to offer free programs. We want to make sure that our programs are accessible to everyone. And we also have a scholarship program where we offer discounts on our programs to low-income residents of City of East Lansing. And then just some other programs that we're looking at increasing fees on are our Fiction Book Club, Proud Coffee, things that we've developed. They have become standards within our program, and now we will look at that cost recovery. Sometimes we got to start with offering it for free and then start adding the costs on top of it. And then that's it. One of the things that really affects our rates going up and down are if Parks and Rec changes their rates, that's going to affect what's going out of our department. And if we have bad weather and we have to close, we refund the seniors who had registered for programs. There's a lot of what if dynamics within our budget. Lots of things that are out of our control. But overall, you can see from the chart that I left out somehow, that the revenue bringing in is increasing quite well over the last couple of years. Any questions?
I guess I should say, I peeled off of the senior commission, which does a lot to support primetime programs so that I could be on this committee.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're all
I'd
set.
just like to say that some of us don't consider 55 to be a senior.
I did not set that age. I inherited it. But the more people who want to join us, the better.
We got public service up now, or Public Works Department. I haven't seen your presentation, but we're only interested in general fund expenditures. So if you got water and sewer in there, you could go ahead and pass. Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ron Lacoste, the Director of Public Works and Environmental Services, and I'll be going over primarily the general fund services we provide. What I provided here is a slide of the org chart for Public Works. It's 83 staff, split between engineering operations at Water Resource Recovery Facility and Administration. Am I not loud enough? And only a portion of that, two main divisions hit the general fund, which is our environmental and sustainability area and our parks maintenance. But many of these areas touch on the general fund, which you'll see on future slides. Most of our work is housed in seven different funds: the general fund, local street fund, major street fund, solid waste fund, sewer fund, water fund, and the garage and DPW services pool. However, as we mentioned, this will focus on the general fund. We have two facilities, the DPW facility is on the left side of the slide, and our water resource recovery facility is on the right side of the slide. And our general fund divisions are administration, engineering, environmental services, downtown maintenance, sidewalks, drains, alleys, and private road maintenance, street lighting, and parks maintenance. What's on these next two slides is a summary of our general fund divisions. The budget impact listed is based on the 26 budget and is the net impact. And I have more detail on what makes that up if anybody's interested in knowing more. And I'll also provide additional slides on these divisions as far as cost savings or revenue ideas in subsequent slides. Administration is our general government overhead and the incremental cost of time spent working on the items below. So our admin staff that process invoices, payroll, all that kind of stuff is lumped into that rather than dividing them up amongst all those different individual funds or divisions of the general fund. So it's a portion of salary and wages, direct charge staff, general government, indirect allocations. So some of the HR costs, finance, that type of thing, and operating expenses. Engineering, which stays in the general fund, is typically things like site plan reviews, investigating and responding to property owner concerns, payroll and general overhead type things. So it's a portion of our engineering staff, not offset by permit fees and other charges to other departments. It's retiree benefits that Audrey touched on that are still housed there. Rental charges, and again, that's fleet charges, equipment rental, IT equipment rental, and building charges. We also charge each of our divisions building rent in the DPW facilities so that we can maintain that structure. Environmental services administers our urban forestry initiatives, stormwater, wetland permitting, leads climate and sustainability projects, recycling, materials management, Bircham landfill monitoring, and staffs the Commission on the Environment. General fund impact of 926,000, which is a portion of wages and benefits, contract services, managing the urban forest, which is greater than 12,000 trees, stormwater sustainability, and again, those same rental charges for fleet, building rent, and IT. It's a little bit high because we have $225,000 budgeted in 26 for one-time projects, which is a feasibility study for a stormwater utility and 75,000 for sustainability plan update. And then another 145,000 for emergency tree work, which may or may not be needed depending on if we get storm events. And what we're finding is the more we do our block pruning program, the less we're needing the emergency tree work. So hopefully in time, we'll be able to lower that and we won't see those big costs from storm events. Downtown maintenance, as Heather touched on, is keeps the downtown clean and welcoming, picks up litter, landscape beds, refuse collection, banners, holiday decorations, snow and ice removal, and downtown event support. And the general fund impact of that is zero. It's covered more or less from the municipal services agreement. So the expense comes out of the general fund and we get reimbursed for it. Sidewalks. Primary focus is our hazardous sidewalk program, CDBG, projects, American with Disabilities Act, sidewalk ramp upgrades, sidewalk portions of street projects, snow and ice removal, and emergency sidewalk repair. General fund impact is 542,000. And again, that's the engineering wages that are charged to those projects. Our DPW staff that works on that, their staff time is also charged as they do work on sidewalks. And that's offset by CDBG reimbursement and also covers our snow and ice removal efforts. Drains covers tree and brush removal from city open drains, outfalls, our TMDL investigations, which is a lot of our stormwater requirements from Eagle and engineering costs for drain improvement projects. The general fund impact here is 1.19 million. And that is up significantly from past years. Typically runs around 300,000, and that's because we're trying to tackle some drain improvement projects. We have some pretty bad washouts on some drains where stormwater outfalls go out. So that's a large part of that increase is the capital expenses from that. Alley and private road maintenance, Alley maintenance is obviously covered from that. We also have a development agreement where we maintain the private streets in the Hawk Nest development. And that's maintenance up through any sort of capital project. So crack sealing, street sweeping, that type of thing. We do street light signs, that type of thing. And again, it's operations, staff, wages and benefits, and our pavement maintenance materials go into that. In general, our alleys, a lot of our alleys are in poor shape, and that's mostly because they're funded with the general fund, and we don't tend to spend a lot of money on them. Street lighting pays electricity, maintenance and replacement for about 3,200 fixtures and coordinates LED light conversions with utilities, which is Consumers Energy and the Board of Water and Light. The city does not own street lights. The 26 budget impact of that is 1.3 million. And some of that is offset by the DDA contribution, which Heather pointed to. Parks maintenance is a large part, and this is the maintenance part of Parks and Rec, which Justin presented on, and this is what mows and maintains parks, maintains playground equipment, trails, trees, shrubs, landscaping, ball fields, snow and ice removal, trash and recycling, dog pot stations, and services Patriarch Park reservations. And again, it's a portion of wages and benefits. There's some retiree benefits that are also housed there, which Audrey hit on, repairs and maintenance, and also deer management is housed there. And that's about 25,000 a year for that. And all the things you see listed there. Jumping into the kind of ideas for revenue and cost savings is I lumped in engineering and environmental services. There's no funding source outside of the general fund. However, with the challenge to the Ann Arbor and Detroit programs, stormwater utility programs, not being picked up on by the Supreme Court. So those programs have been upheld. Our city attorney represented Ann Arbor in those cases. So we're trying to start having conversations with them about what's the feasibility is to implement a stormwater utility, and those can pay for things like stormwater initiatives and requirements, urban forestry, wetland monitoring, and lots of other things. And there are lots of hurdles to jump over before we'd know whether that's a viable option. And we likely, even if it was, wouldn't see revenue till at least fiscal year 29. I wanted to throw it out there as an option. And it also impacts our drains in further slides. The graphic you see in the middle are stormwater utilities throughout the United States. As you can see, Michigan doesn't have many, but it is not an outlier. It's not an unusual thing. They found about 1,800 of them across the United States. Downtown maintenance, I view this as a success story because now that there's been sustained increased desired levels of service, the DDA and City Council has provided additional funding for that. So as the workload and staff demands have increased, the increases will allow us to be more proactive with our efforts down there, with a new lead worker to pay attention to just the downtown DDA director position, and 2 officers are actually going to be approved, or hopefully going to be approved at the February 17th meeting. The slide incorrectly says it already happened. Sidewalk. This is a program that I don't have any good ideas to save money on. As a matter of fact, we're underfunding it significantly. When I started back in the early days, this was a 5-year repair program for sidewalks, and we're now in 2026. Program started in 2001. We were funding it at a level of about $500,000 in those days, when a square of sidewalk was about $115. Now we're asking for about $250,000 a year, and a sidewalk square is about $250 or $215 a square. So a 50% reduction in funding with a 43% increase in expenses. Plus, we have not received funding for 11 of the 26 years. It's one of those things that's been easy for council to cut over the years as we've experienced budget deficits in the past. So we would, as a way to improve that program and maybe make it more sustainable, because right now the existing program is unpopular with residents and very labor intensive on staff. And we'd like to get that down to more of a 10-year program. So we're doing an investigation right now on what other municipalities across the state are doing to fund that program to make it maybe less dependent on the general fund and more sustainable going forward. So we're just in the infancy of that, but I don't have any really cost savings with there. Sidewalks continued, chapter 38-127 of the city code requires abutting property owners to maintain sidewalks reasonably free of snow and ice. And we expect residents to do that in the majority of the city. However, the map you see are the sidewalk routes and trails that the city plows every time there's a snow event. There is an option that we could reduce plowing of city parcels. I would propose we continue with the downtown city parcels and school routes, and that could reduce. So the green is kind of the areas that we would recommend at a minimum keeping, but the pink are opportunities to reduce private property sidewalk plowing. I will say the benefits of plowing are significant because when it snows hard and residents don't on these major street corridors, sometimes residents tend to think they want to walk in the street. So there are some downsides if that's an option that you'd like us to explore more. Drains, the city has a few open drains that are ours. Most of those are owned by the Clinton and Ingham County, but we do own the ones on this slide. And again, there's no funding source outside of the general fund. And we also have a wet weather resiliency plan that is identifying projects to help reduce flooding across the city. And that was paid for with largely from a $600,000 Eagle grant, but that's going to generate some projects that are very expensive with no funding source. And again, that's where I loop back to the stormwater utility, because that would offset the cost of maintaining these drains, plus help us maybe fund those large stormwater projects down the road. And again, lots of hurdles. Go ahead. Yes.
The county drains, the special assessment that we're paying, are we just paying the city's special assessment, or are we paying the cities and the property owners a special assessment, or are we charging the property owners for their share?
We are doing a combination. As of last year, the county has a couple different types of drains, and I'm frankly just getting up to speed on that. The assessments that they send out to property owners, we have been intercepting those and paying them. So we've stopped doing that as of this fiscal year. So if they're ones that they already have apportioned out to individual properties, we're letting them send those out to individual property owners. But there are still several types of drains that we would get the assessment, and then we would have to do our own special assessment to divide those up amongst residents, but obviously would offset the cost, but also it would be labor intensive to do that.
But that could be on our list of things you should look at.
Yes, it could be.
Okay, thank you.
And there's obviously the at-large portions, which are city right-of-way, things like that we'd continue to pay. Alley and private road maintenance. Again, Act 51 cannot be used for alleys because they're generally considered to exist only to benefit the properties they abut against. And there are communities, specifically Mount Pleasant, I found that does special assess their alleys to the benefiting properties. They have different assessments for residential versus the downtown that has a broader impact or broader use than just the abutting property owners. And again, although this would not likely be something that we would be able to put together for a beginning of fiscal year 27, it is something that other communities do. And if we wanted to investigate that, we would look into that more.
Do they also have a millage for their DDA? Because that's, to me, double. That would be a double.
And in
assessment.
some of them, the DDA does pick up some of the costs downtown. So again, those are the type of investigations we would have to do.
Right.
We've not vetted these yet. I'm just kind of throwing ideas out to see what you'd like us to look further into.
Right, but those taxpayers downtown are already paying higher taxes, and then to give them a special assessment on alleys, to me, to be double dipping the same people.
Right, which it could be, it might not be viable for downtown.
Okay.
When you say double, higher taxes, what are you referring to, if I may?
The DDA millage. I live downtown and I pay a DDA millage on my home. Just like every other resident or
Right.
business downtown pays. We're already paying whatever it is.
It's 2 mils.
2 mil, it's not 2 mils.
The DDA assessment 2 mils. I'll have to.
I don't think it's that high, but yeah, but that's my point. We're already paying more in taxes.
Well, and the point to what Ron had was maybe these costs should be assigned to the DDA
Sure,
and not picked up by the general fund.
sure,
Okay,
sure.
thanks.
I was just talking about the special assessment that he mentioned.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Street lighting, again, there's currently no funding outside the general fund, but there are many municipalities, I list some here, that do special assess street lighting. And there's lots of different funding models they use to do that. And again, while this would not necessarily generate revenue for the fiscal year 27, it's $1.3 million of general fund expense that we could benefit down the road if you were.
Sorry, I thought you said the Board of Water and Light owns the street light.
They do, they charge us for, but both consumers and the board charge us a rental rate for streetlights, and it covers the cost of electricity, maintenance, and replacement of that fixture. So we don't own any of the fixtures, but we pay to have them in the city.
So is there ever an option for the city to own it?
A lot of cities are getting away from it just because of the special nature of, you'd have to contract somebody to do it. We don't have anybody on staff that would be able to maintain that. And it's based on the fixture. The fancy, King standards you see downtown are more expensive than the Cobra head ones you see sticking over the roads that, those are less fancy, less cost. So again, not an immediate revenue source, but it's a $1.3 million general fund expense that we could look into, should you want us to do that. Parks maintenance is a big one, and DPW and Parks and Rec have been working cooperatively over the last year to look at all the things that we do, from landscaping to mowing to things that we staff, events that they plan that we staff, to try to get a handle on everything and make sure that we're covering all the costs. So this is kind of a work in progress, but I did want to mention it's been a great partnership over the last year looking at all that stuff. But I'll point out, this is another, what's the word everybody's been using, the light on staff. In 2010, we had 15 staff and 1 dedicated supervisor. Today, we have 11 staff, which includes the lead worker, who is supposed to be part of the crew. So as staff has been reduced, while parks and amenities have kept expanding. So just to give you an idea, in the summertime, we have 4 staff mowing, 1 at the softball complex, 1 at Patriot Park, 2 downtown, leaving only 3 staff to do everything else. And that assumes nobody's on vacation. So we bring in 8 or 10 temporary staff in the summer to help fill that gap, because obviously the grass grows. It takes a lot of effort. So it's a very lean crew. They're spread very thin, and they do the best they can. And again, all these complexes and different things were built in the mid 2000s or early 2000s. Now all this stuff is 20 years old and takes a lot more time and effort to maintain than it did when it was brand new. So that's another factor. So some ideas are Patriarch Park reservations. The city provides, organizes, and cleans tables and takes care of trash. Reservations are a large part of why DPW staffs that park on the weekend, is to take care of those reservations. And a lot of other communities we're finding charge a higher fee, and there's no service provided. If the tables are dirty, you'd have to clean them, and you have to take your trash with you. So we provide a high level of service, and the what we found the last year or two, I think 2 years we looked at it, it's about 70% non-resident reservations. Neighborhood block parties, neighborhoods love this service, and when they have a block party or a party in the park, we deliver picnic tables, trash cans, that type of thing. But it takes 2 park staff about a half a day on either side. We don't have nice portable picnic tables. We have big heavy ones that we can move forward a time with equipment. So it's, again, that's a service we provide for free, loved by the neighborhoods, but it does take resources. Reducing snow and ice in some of the parks, potentially closing some of the lower use parks, so that we're not providing that service in the winter. Again, not popular. None of these are going to be popular, but it is an option. And the same on the trail system. When it snows, maybe they use them for cross-country skiing and other things. And when the snow thaws, they can use them for walking, but we stop providing winter maintenance on that because it costs overtime and everything else in addition to regular time. And then just listed a couple complexes there, again, working with Parks and Rec to make sure that the things scheduled at these complexes are covering all the costs it takes to provide that service, and we're still working on that. And then landscape reduction, concentrate landscaping where it makes the most sense, maybe up front, you know, at the Hannah Community Center and in certain places, but not everywhere, because landscaping is super expensive. We spread hundreds of yards of mulch every spring on landscape beds, and they're labor intensive to maintain, keep them weed free. Grass is much easier. With that being said, my next bullet point is reduce mowing in certain parks. We have 4 staff that do nothing but mow in the summertime. And there's a lot of open area parks that don't have as much recreation, have a lot of non-high use areas that we could reduce mowing, potentially even, you know, plant some wildflower mix and naturalize. And the next 2 slides, I'll kind of show you some examples if you wanted us to investigate that, what that would look like. The map on the left highlights in pink areas that our staff has identified areas where mowing could be reduced. But again, it's important to note that saving on mowing only saves if we can reduce a route. If I can drop a person off a route, then I can reduce a mower, which is about $20,000. And I can potentially reduce the staff person, but then you have to couple that with maybe sidewalk plowing reduction. Because if I can't save the work year round, then I can't reduce the staff and reallocate them somewhere else. And if you're interested in that option, these are some of the maps we could create. We've not vetted these yet. I don't want anybody to get excited that we've made decisions to reduce mowing. But again, it's a couple parks, White Park, you know, reduce the right of way mowing down to what we need to between the pathway and the curb. You can see the ball field there, reduce down to mowing the ball field so it's usable, but not all the rest of it. And there's a lot of natural areas to the south. Harrison Meadows Park, the same thing, reduce the mowing to around the playground structure in the basketball court and reduce the mowing in the natural areas. And again, Hawks Nest Park and Patriarch Park, same kind of thing. We could produce those kind of maps for every park for discussion if that was something that you're interested in us pursuing. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Streetlight special assessment, would that be citywide since there's streetlights everywhere? I mean, that would be almost everybody.
There are some neighborhoods that don't. It's not something we paid a lot of attention to because we just pay the bill and move on. So that's one of the first steps would be to do that. But yeah, it would be pretty much citywide.
Anything big is going to get our attention.
Yes.
This is a big thing, so it's got our attention.
And again, the city attorney conversations, all that kind of stuff would have to be
Correct.
had.
Okay, but I would think it would be most of the city. Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
Anything else for me? All right, thank you very much.
Jill, that millage is 1.6462. It probably had Lee rolled back from 2. Yeah. That's right.
Clerk's office.
Hello, everyone. I'm Emily Gordon. I'm the East Lansing City Clerk. Before I start, I just want to let you all know that I've been here less than 6 months, so I am also diving into our budget process as well. First of all, I want to talk about our staff and our office as a whole, because we are a little bit different. We have 3.5 full-time employees in our office, and the half is the assistant to city council. AJ, who's up on the screen, her position is split half between the city council budget, half between the city clerk's budget, as well as her time. So that's a little bit unique. We have 1 part-time employee that increases hours during election, and that's an administrative assistant. And then we have 1 contingent part-time employee who also increases some hours during the election. Right now we have 2 interns that work about 10 hours a week. And we hope to increase that during election time because we have a very small office and a lot of needs. Our core services of the clerk's office, our biggest one is definitely election administration. And then we have FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, administration of our council meetings, business licensing and permits, boards and commission administration, domestic partnerships, and record retention. The clerk's office budget is pretty unique. Our revenue is very low and most of what we do is mandated by the state when it comes to running elections. We do receive refunds depending on the election, and there definitely are some considerations for the elections that have really taken place starting in 2024. So in 2024, a lot of new laws came down the pipeline, requiring us to have 9 days of early voting for any state or federal election. However, that is definitely something that comes with people wanting more. So we also try to do it for city elections, things like that as well. Our revenues, like I said, are very small in our office. We do business licensing, restaurant licensing is probably our biggest ones. In fiscal year 2025, there was a moratorium on restaurants and entertainment licensing, which has since been, they have since been reinstated. So fiscal year 26, we expect that to be back to normal. Domestic partnerships are something that are different. We had the fee discontinued in fiscal year 26. However, we're looking in fiscal year 27 to reinstate that fee because it does require a notary on staff and multiple staff members to be present for a domestic partnership. So it takes staff time and we're hoping that gets reinstated. FOIA, you would think is a bigger revenue than it is. However, with FOIA law, we try to be pretty conservative with the fees that we are charging. So it's not as big as a revenue as we would expect it to be. In fiscal year 2025, the August and November elections fell under that fiscal year. So our two biggest election, our presidential election, with, like I said earlier, with the changes in election law, it also introduced a lot of refunds that we would get from the state. So 9 days of early voting is something that's refunded from the state when it comes to staff time. And we also introduced 2 early voting sites in East Lansing. So we had one at WKAR on Michigan State's campus and one here at the Hanna Center. And then to operate those, we have to have many staff members. And we also were able to do something called an election day vote center, which is one of 3 jurisdictions in the state. So on top of running our typical election in our precincts on election day and our office on election day, we also had 2 election day vote centers. That kind of leads us to our personnel services. Obviously, those are the highest. We hire anywhere up to 500 election inspectors per election. So we are growing from a 7-person office to over 500 people during that time, which is a lot. Typically during a smaller election, that will obviously be less. And then for a larger election, the only thing that is reimbursed is that early voting time. So election day, trainings, things like that are not reimbursed. Right now, we're waiting on a reimbursement from the state from our November election, which will be about $5,000. We only had about 5 days of early voting for that time. And then we were pretty small with the amount of people we had running that early voting center. So we do expect to have that refund coming in too. When we talk about operating costs, election mailings are a huge part of this budget. So everything that the clerk's office does, we have requirements by law. We mail out anything from ID cards to, we have a required early voting postcard that must go out for every single election. We also have a huge cost when it comes to, or decently big cost when it comes to, we have posting notices that were required for each election as well that have to go in the newspaper. We have lots of election supplies, obviously, that we have to send to every single precinct. So this plays a number. Something that we're going to be looking at for the next fiscal year is we have our equipment decertification coming up. So they told us to budget about $15,000 per precinct in the city across the state. And so that equipment should be decertified, and they're going to be looking at either bringing in new equipment, and that's up to the county clerk level, new equipment, or signing back on with the old same manufacturer that we have, but it would probably be a new round of equipment as well. So with $15,000 per site, that ends up at $195,000 for precincts, tabulator and bat. $120,000 for early voting tabulators and VATs, $60,000 for election day vote center tabulators and VATs, and then our ballot on demands, approximately $120,000. One thing that we did do to try to combat some of those costs, and again, this is one of the new laws that came into effect, are that we consolidated our precincts down from 17 to 13. So reducing that by 14 obviously helps with a very large number that we are going to have in the next fiscal year. Another thing that we had that is kind of in limbo right now is a $1 million election grant that we had gotten back in, I believe, fiscal year 25. With all of the funding with the state, that is currently being held up right now. So that's something that we can't touch, and we don't know what's going to be the outcome of that. We used a lot of that in 2024 during the election. However, we are holding on to a large portion of that and had an extension to that grant because of this $595,000 that we're going to need to use for the equipment. So that's something that we'll definitely be looking at, hopefully getting back or whatever happens with the state level. In the next fiscal year, we'll also see with the moving around of precincts, we did have one precinct that we are going to have to pay for, and that is the student union on MSU's campus. That's the only precinct we pay for besides using the Hannah Center for city facilities. This is just a slide talking about our election administration. Another thing that we have in our budget right now, under capital outlay, is our office remodel. Our office is currently being remodeled. We just went to council a couple weeks ago, or a month ago, I guess, at this point, for a budget amendment for the amount of $242,281. At the end of this fiscal year, our furniture will also be added to that cost as well.
Just a note on that, the furniture is gonna be coming out of the clerk's budget, but the construction costs are gonna be coming out of the CIP fund.
And then some of my other slides are just talking about our office and election administration. Like I said, the storing, testing of equipment. Thankfully, we don't pay for any of the storing of our equipment. That's done at the in the basement of City Hall. So that's the cost that we don't have for the city. Go to the next slide. FOIAs, we do anywhere between 150 to 300. This year, we're going to have our highest amount of FOIAs that we have had. So that is something that is definitely a cost out of the city clerk's office, as well as far as personnel and staff time. We also provide a high level of administration for the council meeting. So we do all of the agendas, minutes, video, all of that kind of thing. We have 2 staff members that attend every single council meeting. So that is something that takes quite a bit of time in the clerk's office, our council meetings. And board and commission administration, we oversee all of our boards and commissions here and provide staff support to the staff's liaisons. So that is something that we also have as well. Business licensing and permits. Like I said, we had the moratorium and that has gone away. So we are getting back into that. We have talked about taking over food truck licensing as well, because it kind of fits in what we're doing, although that cost is also low. So like I said, very low revenue in the clerk's office. And domestic partnerships, we already talked about. And record retention. So this year, those are the wrong dates on there because they are 2026, but we do have 3 upcoming elections this year. Only one of them will fall under this fiscal year. So we have a May 5th. That was called by the Ingham County ISD. So all of the cost of that election will be reimbursed. So everything from supplies to cost time for staff time for everybody but the clerk and deputy get reimbursed for that. Are there any questions? All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Fire department?
What's that? That's fine. You can take as much time as you need. I'm not offended. Operate off of yours for a bit. That was quick. The actual numbers, and I'll just give indication of itself here. There's very. And the actual budget numbers. Talk about it, that's all I see. Yeah. We can talk. Okay, sounds good. This up just a little bit. All right, thanks for having me. I'm John Newman, interim chief. I'm going to go over the fire department, some history, and then give some budget information at the end of that. The fire department celebrated its 100th anniversary in 2024 because it was established in 1924 and was actually a station on City of Lansing property near Frandor when it initially was implemented. It grew. The first station was 400 Abbott Road, which is now City Hall, which is 410, but at the time it was 400 Abbott Road. Go ahead. Kind of fly through these a little bit. That one there shows some remodeling done at the station. That there is the initial Station 2 on campus to cover the additional student housing that was created for right after World War II, or with the influx of infantry coming over from World War II. 1946, it was basically a garage that was housing 2 engines. And then in 1955, the actual Station 2 on campus was constructed. The one thing to say about Station 2, most people don't know, that is not a city-owned building. That is a building that was built and maintained today by MSU. There was an addition placed on that building. You see 3 bays there initially in 55. There was a 4th bay constructed to house a ladder truck that would not fit in those 3 bays. So once that ladder truck was purchased, MSU built an additional bay on that. Currently, we have 5 firefighters stationed out of that house. There is 1 ladder truck with 3 and an ambulance with 2 personnel. It is an advanced life support ambulance that is housed there on campus. Is that the only? Oh, that's total run volume. Total run volume. So this slide is showing you the increased call volume over the years. This last year, we finished 2025 with 7,781 runs. That was an increase of over 300. I want to say it was 350 some runs, almost an extra run per day for the year. Go ahead. This divides up and shows you actual EMS run volume in blue. The light blue line is rescue incidents that we respond to. Rescue incidents can be anything from an individual who's trapped in an elevator to an individual who is unfortunately unable to get up from between their bed and the wall of their bedroom. Any of those rescue calls in there land in that line there. It's not a structure fire, but it's not a medical call either. You can see in the fire incident line that runs all the way across, we've had an increase in structures, number of structures, and we've had an increase in the size and complexity of structures over the years. But you can see that line has remained pretty much stagnant. The majority of that is from fire prevention, the amount of effort that's given in new buildings with fire codes. This explains our staffing levels. In 1975, we were at 57 personnel. Today, we are at 57 personnel. That number has fluctuated right within that range for the last 30 years, 40, 50 years. We have just come up back to the 57 number. We added 3 new personnel this year to our ranks in order to get us up to that 57. So we have 51 in suppression, We have 3 in fire prevention. That's the fire marshal, the 2 fire inspectors, and a training chief. The list on the side with the 51 is showing you the number of individuals who are licensed paramedics. Originally, there were, the paramedic program was initiated in the 80s, and those individuals that were brought onto the fire department that were paramedics were actually from the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department provided the advanced life support service at that time, and they came to the fire department and joined the city of East Lansing. These next few slides are nothing more than just some pictures to give you an idea of the services that the fire department provides. From the vehicle stabilization there and extrication, water rescue, ice water rescue. Go ahead, there you go. Trench rescue. Boy, that one didn't populate, did it? It's over there on the side though. Confined space rescue, hazmat services. That should be the last one, am I correct? Oh, and high angle rope. And structural collapse, was it? Oh, and tower rescue is going to be coming up on the end. Sorry about that. I was way ahead of myself. I was ready to give other information. The tower rescue group that you see in that picture there, the city of East Lansing has members of that tower rescue team, along with members from the Lansing Fire Department. And those individuals are specifically assigned and tasked with being able and ready to respond for the Michigan State Police radio communication network throughout the state. It's an agreement with the state police that they will fly the rescue technicians and their equipment in the helicopter to wherever they need to be to make sure that the steeplejacks are taken care of. That picture there is a picture of the one of the training exercises where they were actually being flown. They were flown to a tower in Perry to conduct a lifetime training scenario to see exactly how long it would take and how quickly they could get the individual off the side of the tower before you go further. Of the services that are provided, the confined space rescue, the trench rescue, and the hazmat services. So we are the designated confined space and trench rescue service for MSU IPF, as well as I have to say it correctly, Water Resource Recovery Facility and DPW. So it's designated, you have to have a designated team on your entry permits when they dig trenches or when they're in a confined space. The East Lansing Fire Department provides that service. Yes. All right, so this was the proposed budget for 26. I apologize for having to take a moment. We've been working with the budget stuff for the closeout of 26 as well, so I have to rebalance myself. There was a contribution for the fire department of $1 million from the general fund along with the income tax that gave a general supplement contribution of just over $5 million for the budget. Total in revenues, of those revenues that are involved with the department include not only the income tax revenue, the contribution from the general fund of $1 million, as well as the Public Act 289 fire protection contribution, which was 3.9 million. For this year, for 2026, it is 3.7 million. So the state has reduced that within the last year. There's also a contract with MSU. MSU provides $326,000 annually for the fire department. Services provided to MSU, and when it's 2 separate pieces, so they actually contract, pay $326,000, but yet there is almost $300,000 for services. Those services that are rendered to MSU are actually contracted for additional EMS services for football games, basketball, hockey, volleyball, gymnastics, wrestling. Can't think that I missed one. Quite involved with the athletic department in providing those EMS services. We can move. Okay, this was all off of the fiscal year with the budget request for 2026. What's that?
That was similar to the.
Similar to the previous slide. I can cover off of what we've been computing within the last couple of weeks for the closeout of the end of the year. The overtime budget and the general salaries and wages for the department. General wages and salary for the department is just shy of $4 million. The overtime wages are averaging approximately 400,000. That 400,000 was a large piece for last year. There were 3 additional personnel that I spoke of that were added to the department. They weren't actually brought into the department until after a year after they were approved. So we didn't get that offset of them actually being in the department and filling staffed positions. Any new hire that comes into the department is required to complete the field training program in order to be approved to operate and provide services to the community and to the public. And because of that, it takes time to get them in the seats and to be able to count as staff. Unfortunately, that requires the backfill. You have a specific dedicated number that have to be available for calls. If we need an additional body for that ambulance to run for the day, then that costs us the overtime, and that's where that cost has come from. We brought in a total of 6. We had 3 positions vacated by retirement. So therefore, we had 3 come in. They also had to go through the FTO program as well as the 3 new hires. So it was a total of 6 people that we've been processing through, and it spread that time out. So that's where that overtime piece is lodged and set itself for us. Unfortunately, we've had one that has decided he's going to separate, decided himself that he doesn't quite meet the standards, and he's going to separate and give himself some time to get some experience and hopefully come back, which is much better than us dismissing and then having to try to negotiate to come back, which was a wise, mature decision for a very young man. We will be looking and opening up the hiring process to bring in an additional person. We've also had unfortunate rash of injuries, but we are in the process of just now getting those people back. We have 1 left on restricted assignment at this time, and we'll be moving forward on getting things up to where it needs to be. Does anybody have any questions for me? Would you like to know possibly what we will be asking or would like to ask?
Have any sense now that you've worked with your budget, whether the MSU expenses are being covered, or do you feel like?
Still gathering data on that. Because I want to qualify everything total with factual data. It's monies that are being put towards the operation of the department, not only for the staffing, but also for the equipment, the maintenance of the equipment, the disposable equipment that's utilized, and then the amount of time that's actually spent at the ready for the non-emergent services that are provided to the campus. It is becoming a much more equal piece between the city station and the campus station. There's no longer used to be the campus station was a location where people didn't see a lot. Senior people wanted to go there because it was a quieter atmosphere. It is no longer a quiet atmosphere. Just last Friday, I believe it was Friday, they answered 45 calls. Now, when you're taking into account that we're running 22, 23 calls on average, a 45 call day it stands out. It represents something, and there was no major influx on that day for any cause for that increase. So that's also part of the research going in to figure out exactly what it is that's bringing the influx of those calls in.
Have any sense of when you'll be done with your research?
I want to have that done much sooner than later, because we're going to be putting dry numbers, hard numbers into the proposal coming forward, and we can't be putting numbers into the budget unless we have factual data to present people. Council needs to make an informed decision.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The overtime, Is that after they've worked 40 hours, anything beyond that's over, or how does that piece work?
The firefighter's schedule is 48 hours is their regular hours. The 48-hour work week is what they work. So it's anything over that 48 hours that they're paid overtime for. You're welcome.
So the head count you had for paramedics, are all of the paramedics firefighters or are they?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Okay.
We had the one that is separated was the one that wasn't a firefighter yet. We have a portion, the overtime number that I gave you did not include the special event piece that I spoke of for the sporting events for MSU. That is actually a cost recovery piece that is utilized. So even though we do handle those extra hours of staff, that is something that MSU is contracted and pays back.
You want to talk about the changes that have been put in place to attract firefighters who may not be paramedics?
Okay. We changed the hiring requirements specifically because it's very difficult to find candidates today. When I went through the process, there were 200 applicants for one position. It was to the point 2-3 years ago where we would have a position and it was hard to get one applicant. So because you're looking for a firefighter or paramedic and we were having difficulty finding those individuals, we adjusted it. So if it's a state licensed paramedic without fire, then we will put them through fire school and sponsor them through fire school to get their firefighter certification. If they're an EMT, licensed EMT with the state and they have fire, then we will sponsor them through paramedic program to get them educated and bring them up to a paramedic. Now that requires them to give us a commitment of a minimum of 3 years of service for that education. That has helped significantly. But at the same time, we also have had some difficulty with other departments because we've actually stolen in good staff, which we're not ashamed to say that we have because we pride ourselves on being a very quality department. So it's good to bring those people in.
Other questions?
So when I look at your staffing chart that you had in here, where I see relatively 51 firefighters and then the paramedics have gone up, thank you. That's a total of 51 of which, I don't know, pick a year.
Total. Yep. It's 56 department personnel, 51 are paramedics.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All of the 56 are firefighters. And another piece that is driven up the other side of the overtime is the state now requires specific CEs for firefighters as well as it always has been for the paramedics, but now they're requiring it for the firefighters. So a basic firefighter has to complete so many CEs a year. Yes, a fire officer has to, and they have to reach a specific fire officer training level depending on what their position is within the organization. And if anybody who is a certified fire instructor also has to do additional CEs on top of those. So some of the individuals on the department, we have several captains who are instructors and lead the tech rescue groups for the metro area. They have their officer certification, their fire certification, and their instructor certifications that they're maintaining. And all those. What is the average age?
Do you have any sense?
Excluding myself, it probably would be probably low 30s. I would say low 30s. We have some very young individuals who just hired in, which is wonderful. Kind of offsets it a little bit. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Audrey.
Yeah. Come on down.
Oh, you're gonna love me. I have a teeny department and a teeny budget, so you can digest me in a small bite. Good evening. My name is Elaine Hardy. I am the Director for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for the City of East Lansing. I would like to start by doing a land acknowledgement, and I'll talk a little bit why I would like to start with this as I go through my presentation. The City of East Lansing occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabe, the Three Fires Confederacy of the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and Potawatomi peoples on land ceded in the 1819 Treaty of Saginaw. Around 2020, the City of East Lansing began placing this land acknowledgement on all of its external facing documents from council. And it did so as a way to acknowledge the Indigenous community and to pay respect to the lands that we occupy. I think it's central to the conversation that we'll have about diversity, equity, and inclusion and what this department does and what its core services are for the city. I used to be able to say that I was the last established department for the City of East Lansing, but our city manager recently broke off a division of planning and created the Department of Community and Economic Development. But the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion was established in 2020. And it was established like a lot of departments of DEI around the country when we were having a national conversation around race and equity. And we were no different here in the City of East Lansing. There has been a lot of conversation recently around the use of the words diversity, equity, and inclusion. And our city manager has staunchly maintained that we will continue to call our department diversity, equity, and inclusion because that's what the work that we'll do. You can go ahead and move the next slide. We have two staff. It is myself and an administrative secretary, Akuya Chiade. It was originally hoped that we would grow this department, but often a lot of the resources for DEI nationally usually were an outcrop of some other department or some other way to set it up, to stand it up. And so my hope is that eventually we'll look at how effective this work is and how needed it is, and we'll be able to see a growth in this department. But there's currently two of us. It's a lean two-person team, and I currently manage all of kind of the advising, policy, cultural programming, and support for the commissions. And my admin, Akuya, she manages kind of the meeting logistics for our commissions that we support, and she helps support me. We do operate pretty efficiently. There's a lot of productivity that comes out of that office located in City Hall. And all of the budget for the department comes from the general fund. You can go to the next slide. Sorry. So we exist. You can go to the next slide. Oh, actually, I'm seeing you. Sorry, you can go back. I'm sorry. We exist to ensure that equity is embedded throughout all city policies, practices, and services. And we focus on supporting equitable outcomes for everyone. That's the staff, residents, community members, and visitors by integrating equitable principles into decision-making, into staffing, into budgeting, and community engagement. Ultimately, we work to make sure and ensure that every city decision, every program, and every service considers equity at its lens and at its core so that it benefits every single person that comes into our community. This department has an internal and external facing work. We work within the city structure to build capacity and culture build capacity and cultural competencies around equity for all of our staff. And we work with the community to make sure that people who are not necessarily always represented in groups, that they have a voice in city decision-making. Our core services really are policy guidance, providing subject matter expert on anything related to diversity and equity. We provide that counsel to all city departments. The council, when asked, Our hope is that we give informed, data-driven analysis around matters related to inclusion and equity for everyone. We do board and commission coordination. We staff 2 commissions, the Independent Police Oversight Commission and the Human Rights Commission. We also oversee the budget allocations that are provided to those 2 commissions. It is essential that the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Department exists to ensure that equity is consistently considered in all city operations. And we provide that with departmental services. You can go ahead and change the slide. We also help support citywide cultural events, including our city's Juneteenth celebration. We also help support East Lansing Pride. My office also supports the Mayor's Ramadan Unity Dinner with staff and other support. And then we also, as a city organization, support the annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Commission, who, as you know, hosts the largest luncheon event in the nation honoring Dr. King. I am proud to say that that is a City of East Lansing event, and it is a signature event that is hosted every year. A key responsibility of our department is that we do a lot of proffering resolutions to acknowledge cultural activities, events, any federal holiday that may have some significance related to DEI. For example, we do annually an ADA resolution. And those are not proffered just because of the occasion, but our hope is every time that we put forth a resolution for council that there's some action item, something actionable around the work of equity that we do as a city to improve outcomes for people who are impacted. Whether they are someone who has a neurodiversity or a physical disability. I talked about the central part of our work of staffing the Independent Police Oversight Commission and the Human Rights Commission. We do all of the work around supporting their agendas, preparing meetings for them, doing all the logistics, doing research and follow-up for both of those commissions. And as I mentioned before, we oversee their budget and resource allocations. I talked about our staffing structure, that there's just 2 mean, lean folks there. I do believe it does allow us some flexibility and efficiency, but I think that we do a lot of enhancing the city's ability to provide equitable outcomes for folks in that 2-person office. Our department's annual budget is around $380,000. As I said before, it's fully supported by the general fund, and it covers salaries, benefits, and where we have some discretionary, which is limited discretionary, is with our contract services. We really try to be strategic about using that because that's really how we are able to procure opportunities for our staff to grow in our work towards building a more inclusive organization by hiring contractors to come in and do presentations and skill building. As I said, it's a pretty lean budget of about $380,000. We do carefully monitor the budget. Again, there's an opportunity limited, as I said, with our contract services to kind of manage things around what we do. I just want to just say that finally, the DEI department, while sometimes people confuse its work with human resources, is a distinct function entirely from HR. HR is a administrative function. They do procedures. Diversity, equity, inclusion is about building culture, about establishing a workplace where everybody can feel that they can bring their fully authentic selves to work, that they can feel valued and believe that they are respected for who they are. We have a responsibility of stewardship for our resources. that are provided to us for the general fund, but I also firmly believe that we have a responsibility to steward the culture of an organization. And really why all that matters is that because beyond any policy or budget decision that you make, budgets are moral documents. They are they tell us what we believe in and what we hold as valuable for an organization. And when we recognize that at its core function, at its pure meaning, that if we allocate resources to ensure that everyone that comes into this city, whether they come here as an employee or a resident or visitor, that they are feel valued, feel that they have some say in the government's allocation of resources, that they feel included in all of the process, then that's the core function of us, and that's a budget should do that. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to come and present this small budget, small department to you, and I'm hopefully if you have questions, I'd love to hear them and answer them. Welcome.
Communications. Another small budget.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carrie Sampson. I'm the Director of the Communications Department for the City of East Lansing. I'll talk a little bit about what we do in the department. We are responsible for our print publications. These are sent out to all addresses in the city. So about 15,000 residences receive the Dialogue newsletter 3 times a year. That newsletter also includes twice a year the Curbside Journal, which we partner with the Department of Public Works and Environmental Services to provide information about recycling and yard waste collection. And we're continuing to grow that piece too, to include tips and information about construction, but all with the purpose of informing the community about what we're doing and being transparent. We also actually do a annual calendar, which features photos from our community photo contest that we sponsor, and that's generously supported by the Downtown Management Board. They provide $500 that we use as prizes for our entrants and our winners. We use those photos then in the community calendar. We print 1,000 copies of the calendar each year and then distribute those throughout the city for people to pick up. And I brought some with me if anyone would like a calendar. Happy to pass those out. We work on some other things too in our department, but the other big thing that we do is digital publications. So once a week, we send the eDialogue email newsletter. We also work on other newsletters that come out from the city. So there's a new newsletter that has started that came from the police department. They put together the content, and we work on putting it into the graphic form that you see and sending it out. We also do the same for the Senior Primetime Program. They have a monthly email newsletter. And then the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Department, they have a monthly newsletter. So we work on all of those. We do news releases. So we work with different departments to feature programs or projects or events that they have and send that out to the community, to media, and then also to our neighborhood liaisons. We use that information on our website. We also then post it on social media, which is, well, thank you. So social media, we are on 5 different platforms. Facebook is probably the largest one at this point. We had a very robust Twitter following, and when that changed to X, we've noticed quite a drop off. LinkedIn is surprisingly the fastest growing social media. And then we also are on Instagram and Nextdoor, all to share information. And then in our department, we are also responsible for the content and management of the city's website. So we engaged our website hosts in 2025 to do a website refresh, and that was part of our contract. So that was not any additional cost. It was part of what the agreement includes. And that just gave it a new look and modernized it somewhat. It's a good idea to do that every couple of years. So we did that. We are lucky to have a graphic designer in our department who works full-time creating graphics for festivals and events, as well as the award-winning ACFR, the annual financial report that the city does. There are only 3 of us in the department. There's myself, Archie, who is our graphic designer, and then we have a communication specialist named Lita. The 3 of us work out of an old house that is behind City Hall that the city has owned, and we are making do there right now with office space. So and our budget is probably accompanyingly modest. Our biggest expense, of course, is going to be personnel, but our operating budget, that includes things like the cost of printing and mailing the dialogue newsletter 3 times a year, as well as this past year, we had a few different postcard projects that we also paid for. Do you have any questions for me? Would anyone like a calendar? Gary.
All right, planning, building and housing.
Good evening, Annette Irwin, Director of Planning, Building and Housing. And as you'll note, I put on our first slide, including the parking department. So that's the city's municipal system is also in our department. And as you had heard from Heather Pope earlier, we have been reorganized as of July 2025. Prior to that, community and economic development was also part of our team. So the first, oh yeah, okay.
I'm just following along. Sorry.
You're doing great. I'm the one behind. Sorry. So our department, kind of to give you the layout of the different divisions within our department and who's within those. So there's 4 different divisions in our department. That's housing and university relations, building and code, planning and zoning, and then of course parking. And then I listed under all of those the employees in each division. And what I'm going to do is kind of go through those divisions very briefly so that you can get a sense of what everyone's doing in each one of those. But we'll go on to the next, and that will further explain that. The one thing I didn't put on our org chart that I will say is that I did not add our interns. I realized later, we typically do have a couple of interns in our department. So Housing and University Relations Division, that's a full cost recovery division of the department. An administrator, 3 housing inspectors, a code compliance officer, and 2 administrative secretaries. So the fees and the fees from that system is what we use to support the team. And that is East Lansing, as probably many of you know, has a fairly robust rental licensing program. I give you a little bit of the data on it as far as how many licensed rentals, units, occupancy, et cetera, type of licenses. And what does that team do? The 3 inspectors inspect all those rental properties throughout the year. In order to renew your license, you have to have an inspection. So they'll inspect them, re-inspect them until they are code compliant. If there's some enforcement action, of course, in between there, they would be doing that. There's a lot of support to that. Our front office team, they have to send out renewal reminders by ordinance. And so we do, and by ordinance, there's deadlines for that. And so we send out reminders prior to 3 different reminders. We invoice for the renewal and the inspections. And then the front office will also be the ones that put together the inspector's input out in the field, any code violations, but then that does come back and the front office team makes sure that those code correction letters get sent out to the property managers. So the front office is managing all that, setting the inspections. And that really is a all year long operation that keeps going. They're doing that every day, all day long. So that's a big part of it. Also, the city has a vacant property ordinance where we are working to get folks that have vacant property in the city to register that so that we have good contact information. If something happens, we can quickly reach out to them. We've seen it all. Water's coming out the 2nd story window and nobody lives there. We want to be able, the city will quickly turn off the water at the street, but we also want to have a way to quickly get a hold of whoever is responsible for that vacant property. So a little bit about that. Complaints. So this division handles all complaints, not just rental license complaints. We get complaints on all properties. So we take care of those. We try to get folks to do that online. So we have all the contact information, but we do go out and follow up on any complaints, whether that's a rental, owner occupied, vacant dwelling, vacant land. And of course, then monitor and set our fees accordingly to maintain our full cost recovery. And this person, the administrator, also supports the East Lansing Housing Commission. The other part of half of that is the university relations half. And also this person supports the University Student Commission and partners with MSU personnel that work with students off campus. As you know, our city has a large population of MSU students, of all students, but most of it being MSU students. And we have found that in the long run, it saves us time and money if we can work closely with MSU and have support for some of those students and be able to quickly direct them where they need to go. We're kind of a living, learning community in many ways. I've often said like Sparrow Hospital is the learning hospital. I'm still going to call it Sparrow Hospital. But East Lansing is similar in the same way, and that students are learning about living out in the community, when they come here, many of them from other places. So that's a quick review of what the Housing and University Division does. This is a snapshot out of the current budget that is online. So just to show a little bit about that, we do some years come, budget and come a little ahead, and some years a little or more behind. Just depending on some of the things that impact us financially are things like how many new licenses. So how many new licenses went through the system, that will change our budget, and how many properties sold. So because there's some fees associated with if you're buying and selling rental property. So if someone who has a large portfolio comes along in one given year and turns over that property, that gives a boost that year to our budget, but not, continually. So there is some fluctuation there with that. The other thing has been, what I should say also, we can go on to the next one, but what I should say before I kind of introduce the Building and Code Division is that the other thing that has impacted our budget really across housing, building, and planning and zoning really has been personnel and vacancies. I'm new in this position, not new to the city. So I've been in this position for a little over a couple of years now. Prior to that, I have had different positions in the department, mostly related to housing. But our department did go through a pretty, we went through a lot of change. And so we were a pretty thin department, and we have not been fully staffed in years. I'm happy to say the department is fully staffed, except for one position, which I'll say a little bit about here as we go to building department. It's a hard position to fill, but we're fully staffed other than that. And that has not been the case for quite some time. So in our budgeting, that's going to impact, of course, I think how that looks when we look historically. So Building and Code Division also full cost recovery based on their permits, right? One administrator, that we have 3 trades inspectors, the MEP team, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, a building inspector. We have a position for plan reviewer, building inspector, and there's 1 administrative secretary. That plan review building inspector position is the vacant one right now. So our current administrator does plan reviews as well as his administrative position, and our current building inspector does some of the plan reviews. Building inspector has not been with us for even a year yet. So, he's kind of working his way into some of this also. So a lot of this has fallen to the administrator, besides his administrative duties, to kind of keep his 1 foot out in the field, helping with some of our commercial inspections as well as some of the plan review duties. So responsibilities, they do support, the administrator does support, there's a building board of appeals. We do schedule to meet every month. They don't necessarily meet every month. If there's no appeal, they may not meet that month unless there's some other business to attend to. One of the things with inspectors is they do have to be by law state certified. So we have to have people that meet that criteria in order to be able to do this work. And it does pose a challenge. We are finding this field, and we have found this field over the last few years to be one where the pool of employees is decreasing. It is hard to find folks, and it's hard to find folks that will be at a point in their lives where they will be able to stay with us for a number of years. It's often folks that have been out in the field and have gone through the certification process to come in, so to speak. So more at the end of their careers. So that is something that our inspectors are very aware of, and I think in their organizations that they belong to, feel a passion for trying to grow their profession, actually. We need folks back in the trades. So of course, all the permitted work in town. So if you're adding a deck and you need a building permit, or you're putting up a 12-story building, that's going to come through our department. And we do have to review all of those plans that come through. We work closely with the fire department. As you can imagine, especially on the commercial projects, any of these large projects, those teams, fire prevention and the building team, work closely together. We also work closely with our public works department. We meet regularly as a team to review the projects that are in the pipeline and to coordinate as much ahead of issues as we can. So it's to hopefully have less issues down the road when folks are building in our community. And so we do make sure that our employees also get the education that they need to maintain their certifications as well. And again, they're a full cost recovery department as well. There is fluctuation depending on the construction and building in the city. The one thing I did not say, and it is on the slide above, is that besides work for the city, our mechanical, electrical, and plumbing inspectors do the inspections for Meridian Township. That is an agreement that the city entered into with the township back in 2010, in part driven by the recession that was happening at that point in time and the reduction in construction and building in our two communities. And we, management at that time worked out an agreement, and we're still doing that. It works well. And so we do get revenue from the work that we do for them. All right, now I'll move on. Planning and Zoning Division. So more dependent on the general fund. This department does have some revenue that it brings in. There are some fees for development that folks submit, going to some of the commissions for review. There's fees associated with that. So there is fee generation. It is not the same as the other two divisions of the department that you just looked at, but a little bit smaller in this division. The administrator, a senior planner, associate planner, and administrative secretary to support that team. They support and are responsible for a lot of boards and commissions, and they spend a lot of evenings doing work, as well as doing the work they need to do for those meetings at night during the day. Because they will support the planning commission, which typically meets twice a month, which usually ends up in someone on the team needing also to go to the city council meetings. Almost all city council meetings, there'll be something on the agenda related to this team, and you will find one or more of them at a city council meeting. The Zoning Board of Appeals, they also support the Historic District Commission, which meets every month. They support that as well. Not to mention a whole host of other kind of ad hoc committees, Historic, Zoning Board, Age Friendly Communities Committee, which has been quite active in meeting regularly. And they also work with our building team really closely. So the zoning, one of the planners typically kind of excels in the area of zoning and the code, and that person reviews the building permits also as they come through, because they also need to be compliant with our zoning code. You know, are they meeting the setbacks, the lot requirements, et cetera? Because when you add that deck on your house, we got to make sure that you have a large enough lot according to the zoning code to have it. That kind of is an example. So they also are doing a lot of reviews of the plans as they come in. We partner and coordinate, of course, regionally with the Tri-County Regional Planning Commission, CATA, and other regional agencies. Our planner maintains good working relationships with the MSU planner. We, of course, cannot directly impact what MSU plans to do, but the two planners have a good working relationship, and we really try and are working towards even greater collaboration in making sure that both entities know what we're doing and how that's going to impact the other, and try to mitigate any negative impacts as much as we are able to. And do a lot of work and partner with MSU School of Planning, Design, and Construction. That's where we've had some pretty awesome interns that have helped us with many things over the years. And as well as our planning administrator knows a lot of the professors and administrators in that particular department. And they've been able to do some pretty cool projects. The same snapshot of the budget to compare, of course, are more dependent on the general fund. Mostly personnel services. This particular department will get, and I don't have them because I didn't do the whole budget on here mapped out, but they do apply for a variety of grants. So kind of as a pass through. In fact, right now we have a $25,000, I believe it is, grant from the state SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office. And one of our staff persons is working on information that will be quite robust and hopefully very helpful to our residents regarding, what you can and cannot do, and have information to help them when they're making changes to their homes in our historic districts, of which we have quite a few. City parking system. So this is the team that probably has the most experience and longevity with the city. There's some newer folks, but in general, they've been in place and solid for a few years. So I do lean heavily on them when it comes to the city parking system and operations of that. This is kind of the layout of the leadership team for the parking system. And then what are they overseeing? We have our parking garages, 7 parking garages, 6 surface lots, on-street parking spaces. And one of the things they're always working towards is making sure everything is safe, clean, and technology. In today's world, as we all know, parking and technology has been evolving and changing. We no longer have to have all of our quarters and put them in the meter, et cetera. It's moving in towards more modern technology for the parking system. They work very closely. This team works very closely with the DDA, which you heard about earlier, the DMB. There's a parking validation program with businesses downtown. The parking team and the downtown businesses communicate with each other an awful lot, and we try to do what we're able to support them. We have and in part of that is a whole range of types of parking ranging from free minutes. So if you got to pull up in front of someplace, 15 minutes free, all the way to various lengths of time that you can put on that particular meter. You can apply for overnight parking, permit parking, free curbside parking. So we do what we can to try to provide as much of a variety for downtown parking to assist all of our customers. Also, the administrator is on the board of 3 downtown condominium associations, because we've joined. Our parking garages are part of a condominium project downtown. Examples are the Target building with a parking ramp. So that's all a part of a condominium association there. The Marriott's another example. The parking under the Marriott is part of a condominium agreement there. And so the parking administrator sits on those associations to represent the city and kind of manage our portion of those associations. They work with a consultant for planning long-term facility repairs, signage, et cetera, on the ramps. There's also a parking task force that they meet with monthly now to review different parking and planning for parking and for the future. One of the things that the parking department or division has been able to do for the last several years, and I know the current administrator feels pretty passionately about maintaining this, is maintaining a parking reserve fund. Many years ago, that kind of was something that I think that got set aside, and we kind of ran into where we had to, in order to fund a lot of the parking improvements in really general maintenance, we couldn't cash fund those projects. And so now what we're doing pretty successfully is maintaining a fund balance so that they can take care of the parking system and what it needs to do to be safe and keep up on the maintenance. Work with the police and police department. Often we have quite a few cameras, of course, in the downtown area that are part of the parking system. Police sometimes will need to take a look at those. We work with them. We work with them on also safety in our parking ramps. We have to do a lot, as you all know. The parking department also has to do a lot to prepare for very large events and providing parking in the downtown. All of our football games, the parking ramps will fill every home game. Typically now, those are all full. we've made improvements in, so you want to know where to park and which ramp, you can go on, you can of course drive around and there's signage, electronic signage, so you know what ramps are available for parking, but there's also online, so you don't have to drive around town, you can go online before you take off to find your parking space on football Saturday and see what garage to go to. So those are some of the ways that we're trying to help in getting more parking, easier parking for everyone downtown. And there's a lot there to read. I'll let you all read that, of course. And again, the same thing. This is all available in the current budget online, but the operating budget for the parking division as noted for the fiscal year. I think I quickly went over that. We did, one of the other things that the parking department did last year as part of this was the city manager, not so much the parking, but one of the things that we did last year is for the fiscal year general fund deficit reduction plan is land lease payment now from the parking system. And approximately 571,000 more will be paid into for the land lease to the city for the city-owned parking garages. That's I know it's getting late and I'm at the end and you're all probably tired, so that's kind of quick, but just wanted to be able to familiarize you with the different divisions within our department, who's in these departments, very generally what we do. And as you think of questions, of course, I know we will be hearing from you more and can supply more precise information for you all that will hopefully help you in your work.
So I just wanted to note something on this particular slide. So this is from our preliminary budget document, and I did the same thing, so it's very nice and streamlined. But what this doesn't include is those land leases, because that was discussed as an amendment or an adjustment to the budget before it was adopted. So they have not gone into place yet because we have to make sure that we do all the legalese to get those in place and assessed, you know, the right appraisal values for those. So those have not been charged thus far this fiscal year, but that would impact the general fund revenue. One other item that kind of interplays between the general fund and parking is that employees are provided parking for free in our structure. So if you're a city hall employee, you can park in the ramps for free. But
while you're working.
Well, yes, while you're working. But so for me, for instance, like I'm in the finance department pays a parking permit rate, a reduced rate to the parking fund to supply that free parking for employees.
Thanks.
All right, so I'm the cleanup crew. So with that, I'll invite Erica up if she would join me. So the city manager's office has 3 positions, myself as city manager, the assistant to the city manager, which is vacant, and the grant coordinator, which is Erica Diedzik. And instead of putting photos, we brought you 3D in person. So thank you very much. Our total budget is $695,730. Approximately 71% of that is personnel costs. Operating is around 202,000. And of that operating, there's community advocacy of 87,640, which is the Michigan Public Health Institute Advanced Peace. So Advanced Peace is a group that we hired and engaged to work with the police department to do gun intervention of youth or teens in the community. And so we had a 2-year agreement. We've gotten grants or applied for grants. We haven't gotten them yet, but we're hoping to continue that relationship because they've been very useful and helpful downtown during the Thursday, Friday, Saturday events. Also in there is contract services of $48,000, which includes a contract with McKelvey Merchant. Our lobbyist is out of my budget, and so they help keep us appraised of state laws that may have impacts on the city, as well as advance some of our interests, like was brought up, the LDFA Smart Zone legislation is scheduled to expire in 27. The lobbyist is assisting us in trying to get that, along with the other smart zones in the state, to have that legislation renewed and extended. With that, about 25,000 for computers. So those are the largest numbers. So I have 18 direct reports. 15 of them are department heads. 3 include Erica, my executive assistant, and the DDA executive director report to me. I, under my slideshow, programs, those are really exact from the charter, my duties and responsibilities, and anything else the city council directs me to do. And then I'll stop there and turn it over to Erica to talk about the grants. So Erica started just about a year ago, and so she's our first grant coordinator. And so she has presented or has a presentation on her grant efforts.
Yes. Thank you, City Manager Bellman. Good evening, everybody. My name is Erica Dietzick, and I'm the grant coordinator for the City of East Lansing. I can just very quickly go over some of the responsibilities that I do in this role. I research and vet grant opportunities, more competitive grant opportunities at the federal, state, and then private grants as well. And that means like foundation or corporate grants. I coordinate the development of grant applications. So that means writing them, coordinating with whatever city department or departments are interested in the grant, coordinating with external partners that would like to join in on the grant. I also assist with the grant management when the city is awarded a grant. And I also work closely with the finance department. Since this is a new role, I'm developing like internal procedures to standardize the grant process for the city. And I also work with finance to update the city's grant management policies as well. I began working for the city as a grant coordinator in December 2024. And so the report that I submitted to you, that so that basically translates to the city's fiscal year 2025 and then into the current one, 26. And so to compare the new grants that I've brought in to the existing grants that the city already had, I stuck with the fiscal year 2025 and 2026 to kind of give a basis of comparison over the same amount of time. Let's see. So in the calendar year 2025, I submitted grant requests totaling $8,859,997.27. And out of that, in 2025, the city was awarded $832,265. Let's see, I'll just do just a few highlights given the time. Thank you for sticking with us. So to just a few comparisons, about my role is to add to the existing grants that the city already gets, either through pursuing competitive grants in each department, or there's formula grants or routine funding that city departments will get. And let's see, go to this one. So through the fiscal years 2025 and 2026, for instance, the city has an estimated $499,000 in federal awards that departments have been receiving, and then an estimated existing 1.5 million in state awards. And I've been able to add in new grant applications and awards roughly $541,000 in federal awards in fiscal years 2025 and 26. And where's my state? And an estimated $85,000 in state awards in new grants. And then the other thing that I've really tried to do is diversify the funding opportunities for the city. And so I'm able to work with different departments to go after like different foundation grants that maybe departments didn't have the capacity to do before. And also I've been able to work with departments to pursue more federal funding than they've been able to do before. A big part of my role is not only coordinating with city departments to go after funding, but also I've realized that it's also almost equally important to establish and maintain relationships with potential funders, current funders, and then external partners for the city as well. So I will stop there. If you have any questions.
And I'll add just one more piece to it. So a lot of conversation, maybe articles around the fact that the city's a sanctuary city, and comments that the president has made previously and more recently about not funding federal dollars to sanctuary city. Erica, along with our attorney, continue to monitor that. But more importantly, as of last Friday, the president signed into law $477,000 grant to the city of East Lansing. So yes, he makes comments, but he also, puts into law congressionally appropriated dollars that come to benefit this city. So we continue to monitor, and we'll continue to apply, and hopefully we'll continue to see those flow of dollars coming in that will continue to help support things that we may not be able to do directly through taxes or other fees that we get.
I would just like to quickly add that, yeah, with the, like in 2025, we received a total of 832, or will receive a total of 832,000. So that amount of money is generally, one way I think about is we saved the general fund in services and equipment. We were able to get pay for those things through grant funding.
So none of those grants were for new services?
I gotta think I can look more closely, but no new services. A lot of it
some of it's training, some of it's equipment.
Training and like for needed equipment, especially for police and fire. I found in sometimes with like foundation grants, while you might get a smaller amount of money, like 10 grand here, that can actually pay for some needed equipment for either police and fire. Like we got, my first grant I wrote for the city that we won was for $1,600. And it's for reflective lights that go on the side of first responder vehicles to protect them when they stop on the highway, to protect them from oncoming traffic. And so it's just a little goes a long way, and you just look in every nook and cranny.
Purposely keeping the assistant to the city manager vacant, or you just haven't filled it?
No, so I had my last person, so I've had two in that position since I've been here. One was an attorney who passed the bar, went on to work for the Legislative Bureau in Lansing, left in January, and then Mary Paoletti started, I think, in February or March and worked until September. And I have 83 applications that I need to review that I wanted to do tonight, but maybe I won't be looking at them, but they can't, the posting closed Friday, so 83 is a pretty good response.
Right, I know it's late, but I think we at least need to get some idea what we want to do at the next meeting. You've got Andrea coming back to talk about the income tax. I think we need, not how this would work, some kind of discussion on the capital outlay plan and so we can start thinking about infrastructure. So maybe if we can explain what some of those projects are and how it works. And then I don't know if it's too short notice, but I think we want MERS to come in sooner rather than later as the pension people. So I don't know if we can get that on the next agenda, but either the 12th or the 19th, if we could get them scheduled. Is there anything else everybody wants to see? I mean, I think we're to the point, we've done our homework. We now need to start looking at, yeah, well, this pretty much finished the homework part of the first part of the committee, and it's time to start actually looking at issues. So I know you're probably all shut down right now, but is there anything else we want to get on that next meeting? I'm not sure we can. I'm not sure we can legally is what I'm saying.
Watch it.
Yeah, you can't participate.
Yeah, state law eliminated the ability to attend remotely, I think at the end of 22. And so you can watch it remotely, or you can watch it whenever this kid. So the video from tonight will get uploaded to the city's website, so any resident can watch what we went through tonight and the information.
Will you turn your mic on? Thanks.
I noticed back in 2017, there was a study done of how much MSU was contributing or not contributing. I wonder, it sounds like the fire chief is certainly working on his piece, but I'm wondering if we need to think about updating that study.
Let's talk about that. Let's put that on the agenda then for next time too.
What was the study? I'm sorry. Oh,
The cost. And again, it will look completely different because there so much of the income tax is coming from their employees.
That's fair. I mean.
Correct. All right, so Andrea's presentation, capital outlay, MERS if we can, and we'll talk about an MSU study.
and I'm also going to provide you the deficit reduction plan for the next
Okay.
meeting.
Right. I know this was long, but we just needed to hear from everybody, and I think it just worked well to get everybody in and out in one night and be done. So with all that, need a motion to adjourn. Support? All in favor? Stand up? Okay, bye.